Chapter 2264. More and more people crouched in the live stream room, ready to watch the live stream, and their questions were constantly raised. How are you going to hunt the AI? Cut off the power. Cutting off the power is considered hunting. I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this. Don't get excited. But if the power is cut off, there are still millions of people who haven't woken up in the game. Isn't that killing? Haha. Hunting the AI. That's just a gimmick. Killing is more like it. Shut up. Even if it's killing. I like watching it too. Because there were so many people, there were all kinds of opinions, and there were even questions in various languages. Although Zhao Liangzi controlled the live stream, he was not the host. He was only providing technical support. The real hosts were Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter. Although some of the questions in the live stream were very sharp, some were also Zhao Liangzi's questions. He chose a few and sent them to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng wore a Bluetooth headset connected to the Nandu satellite communication system and heard the netizens' questions sent by Zhao Liangzi. He asked Zhao Liangzi to turn on the sound system and began to speak. Of course, his voice had been changed, but even so, it was still a relatively deep and magnetic male voice. Hello everyone, welcome to the world's first live broadcast of Hunting the AI. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he immediately gained a large number of fangirls. Oh! The voice is so good that I can't close my legs. Stop shouting. Pregnant. Don't disturb. TSK. The person above is already crazy. You can tell from the voice that you're pregnant. When this boss moves, you can only lie down and twitch. Hu Xiaoheng, who was popular with thousands of girls as soon as he turned on the microphone, did not have the slightest self-awareness of being an idol. Instead, he took a step back and gave the center position to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang waved his hand excitedly and chose a very clear and crisp voice to say, "Hello everyone. We are the AI hunting trio. When we say hunting the AI, we kill the AI. Of course, we only target the AI, we won't kill it. But I want to remind everyone that if you really want to hunt the AI, cutting off the power is far from enough. Don't forget, AI is generated from the source code. It's not created from nothing. Of course, for the sake of its own safety, this AI also kept tens of millions of players in the game. If the power is cut, it won't just be the AI that dies. Millions of players will also die. We humans have abandoned such despicable combos for hundreds of years, but this AI is still using this old trick. By doing so, it's just exposing the nature of this AI. Don't worry, everyone. Our hunting AI trio will definitely rush into the headquarters controlled by the AI, rescue the thousands of trapped players, and kill the AI. Yin Shixiang was the best at talking. His speech, which was full of emotion, quickly stirred up the atmosphere. Those who had questioned whether they had killed all the players by cutting off the power supply were also silent. All of them held their breath and stared at their computers, televisions, phones, and tablets, afraid to miss a single scene. In the live broadcast room, the camera had already turned to Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter. From the angle of the video, the live broadcast equipment should be on the equipment worn on the heads of the three people. The three of them were back to back, facing each other. They could film each other, but they could also film in front of them at the same time. However, looking at the foreheads of the three people, only black hoods could be seen. There was no way to see where the live broadcast equipment was. In fact, Hu Xiaoheng and the others were using a miniature high-definition camera developed by the technical department of the Special Operations Forces. For their mission needs, it could automatically be shockproof and shackproof. It was the best equipment for live broadcast missions. Back then, the equipment used by the American Special Forces to broadcast the hunt of bin Laden was far inferior to the equipment used by Hu Xiaoheng and the others, but the immersive realism had shocked countless people. On the screen, the sky was dark, and it could be seen that it was night time in the Cayman Islands. A building appeared in everyone's field of vision. The building was dark, like a monster crouching under the starry sky. As Hu Xiaoheng and the others raised their heads, the audience watching the live broadcast also saw the appearance of the building. It was the building that your life's executives had once collectively bowed and apologized. It was also the place where they announced that the company had been taken over by AI and that there was nothing they could do. This building was considered one of the most popular buildings on social media. In the past, there had been people who had attempted to explore it, but they had all been knocked unconscious by an unknown force and thrown out of the building. After that, no one dared to explore it. Now, it looked more like a haunted building. Everyone thought so, and they even kept sending the words "haunted building" to the live broadcast room. However, in the next second, everyone was slapped in the face. Because in the blink of an eye, the dark building suddenly lit up in unison. Every floor was brightly lit, and there was all kinds of light or melodious music coming from it, but there was no one. Looking up from below, one could see the neatly erected cubicles inside. It seemed that not long ago, there were software engineers, executives, and all kinds of office staff sitting here. Now, there was only an empty house and the sound of tinkling music. The atmosphere involuntarily became a little strange, and the people watching the live broadcast became even more nervous. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter, who were there, didn't seem to be moved at all. They were all members of the Special Battlefront. There hadn't been any large-scale wars in the world in recent years, but on the Special Battlefront, blood and fire had never stopped. Therefore, for people like them, these lights that suddenly turned on and empty buildings that were playing music were not enough to frighten them. Peter said softly, "There used to be robot warriors here. I don't know if there are still any left." Although his voice had been modified, it still retained his habit of speaking. His tone was lazy, and his words were relatively vague. Moreover, he spoke English. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang both spoke Mandarin. No matter what language they spoke, there was a language translator on the screen in the live broadcast room. No matter what language the people watching the live broadcast spoke, they could see it instantly translated into a language they could understand, so it didn't affect everyone watching the live broadcast. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. His arm paused and loaded the semi-automatic sniper rifle in his hand. The three of them formed a triangular formation with their backs against each other. They looked around warily as they walked towards the building that had just lit up. When they were doing the live broadcast, the residents of the Cayman Islands were in the middle of the night. Most of them were asleep. A few night owls who hadn't slept knew that someone was doing a live broadcast of hunting AI on their island. They were so excited that they didn't even sleep. They got out of bed and wanted to watch for themselves. However, when they saw the building that had suddenly lit up, the terrifying consequences of their previous adventures reminded them. They turned back one by one and didn't dare to watch at the scene. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter took 10 minutes to finally move to the door on the first floor of the building. Yin Shixiang laughed and said, "Such a big scene with so many people watching. Everyone on this island must be asleep, right?" The Huaxia people had always been extremely passionate about watching a show. Foreigners were still far inferior to the Huaxia people in this aspect. If this live broadcast was in the Huaxia land, no matter how dangerous it was, they would definitely be surrounded by 3 layers of people. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and said coldly, "Do you really want to be famous?" Yin Shixiang immediately made a zipping gesture and shut his mouth. Peter glanced at it and whispered, "There's a problem with the protection here. There's not even an infrared ray." For important places, it was already standard to use infrared warning facilities at night. It was hard to imagine that there wasn't even an infrared warning facility near a building that was taken over by AI. Yin Shixiang had already used an infrared detector to check it just now. He shook his head and said, "There really isn't one." As he spoke, he stretched out his long leg and was about to kick the door on the first floor of the building. Hu Xiaoheng kicked him away and threw a dagger at the door handle. Whoosh! A bright blue light sprang up, and then from top to bottom, with a whoosh, the entire building was wrapped in blue light. Hu Xiaoheng was shocked, and his expression, hidden behind the black hood, darkened. The building that suddenly shone with blue light in the night sky looked very similar to the electric fence he had seen in the blue hole in the Caribbean. The blue electromagnetic arcs emitted from it were almost identical. Chapter 2265. Seeing the blue electromagnetic arc, the viewers in the live streaming channel gasped one after another. But it was also very exciting. It was more eye-catching than the most thrilling movie. The comments in the live stream were flooding in. TSK, we haven't even entered, and the AI is already putting on such a big show. I was just wondering why there was no infrared warning. So there's this thing. It's even more powerful than infrared warning. What is this? The commenter seems to know. This is high voltage electricity. How many people haven't seen it before? Pfft. I'm not an electrician, who would look at high voltage electricity. The person who was being despised replied angrily, his heart in a knot. If this was high voltage electricity, who would dare to rush in? Whoever touched it would die. Everyone was silent for a moment, then quickly began to comment again. F***CK. How are we going to kill the AI? High voltage electricity has no effect on the AI, but it has a huge effect on humans. Okay, we're back to square one. Are you guys going to cut off the power to the building? Yeah, if the power is cut off continuously, the high voltage electricity will stop anyone who wants to enter. If you guys can't go in, how are you going to kill the AI? But if the power is cut off, millions of people in the game will die immediately. Just as everyone was discussing, someone timidly asked several times. But in the end, the AI is not a physical life, it's virtual. How are the hunting trio going to kill a virtual thing? It's like someone claiming they can kill a shadow. Isn't that ridiculous? The commenter above is wrong. Someone retorted, the AI is not a shadow. Although it's virtual, it already has a certain level of human intelligence, so it has the concept of life and death. I think the AI can be killed. Yes. I hope the AI can be killed. If there really was such a thing, and it could survive forever without being killed, it would be too unbelievable. The ID who asked the question was silent for a moment, then asked again. But what are those three going to do? If they don't plan to cut off the power or destroy the world's network, the AI relies on power and network to survive. As long as there is power and network, it is immortal. This person's post was flooded with comments and attracted everyone's attention, including Zhao Liang's. He looked at it for a while, then summarized the person's speech and read it to Hu Xiaoheng. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He turned to Yin Shixiang and said, "You answer." When Yin Shixiang heard this, he also laughed strangely and said, "This netizen who asked us what we are doing, don't you know that we are preparing to hunt AI?" The other side immediately replied, "Then how are you going to kill the AI? Don't cut off the power and don't cut the internet. What does it have to do with you? Why should I tell you? Isn't it enough for you to sit and watch us? You want to extract information in advance. Who knows if you're an AI spy? Who knows if it's a person, a dog, or just an ID controlled by AI?" Yin Shixiang's sharp reply left that person speechless, and he didn't reply again. Yin Shixiang's words excited the people watching the live broadcast. Everyone started to joke around. "There's a traitor among us. Who? AI? No, human. We're all AI, don't you know? As these people joked, Hu Xiaoheng took out his special phone and connected to the building's network system. After the building was taken over by AI, all the maintenance facilities were programmed to be managed automatically. Whether it was the power lines of the entire building, the opening and closing of the windows, or the building's air conditioning system, they were all programmed automatically. Hu Xiaoheng tried several times to break into the building's internal network system, but the password set by the AI was very complicated. He couldn't crack it in a short time. 3 minutes later, Hu Xiaoheng gave up. He looked up at the building, which was still flashing with blue light and wrapped in electromagnetic arcs, and narrowed his eyes. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng spread his hand in Yin Shixiang's direction. "Give me a copper rod." Yin Shixiang took out a piece of equipment the size of a ham sausage and placed it in Hu Xiaoheng's hand. Hu Xiaoheng pulled it and immediately extended it to about a foot, the size of a police baton. Then, he pulled out a long metal wire from it. Peter saw it and couldn't help snapping his fingers. "Amazing. Good idea. What are you doing?" Yin Shixiang was baffled. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even raise his head. He inserted the baton-sized copper rod between the two doorknobs of the door, then pulled the long metal wire all the way into the soil below the steps. Yin Shixiang suddenly realized and slapped his forehead and laughed. "Lightning rod. You're using a lightning rod here." It turned out that Hu Xiaoheng had used this copper rod to make a high-performance lightning rod. According to the lightning rod's lightning principle, all the high-voltage electricity wrapped around the building was drawn into the ground. Although the high-voltage electricity around the building was powerful, no matter how powerful it wasn't as powerful as Mother Earth. A lightning rod could release the electric charge of the thunderclouds in the atmosphere in time. When it entered the ground, it could neutralize the electric charge. A good lightning rod could withstand a large number of thunderstorms. No matter how powerful the high-voltage electricity around the building was, it wasn't as powerful as natural lightning. Thus, in less than a minute, the blue-purple electromagnetic arcs around the building were drawn into the ground by Hu Xiaoheng and disappeared completely. The people watching the live stream all slapped their heads and wanted to shout, "Why didn't we think of such a simple method?" But the problem was that this method wasn't something ordinary people could or dared to use. Because to absorb and neutralize the high-voltage electricity around the building, normal lightning rods wouldn't work. Not only would they not work, but they would also cause normal lightning rods to become conductors, which would have the opposite effect. Only professionals like Hu Xiaoheng would carry ultra-high-performance lightning rod parts with them. Seeing the blue electromagnetic arcs disappear, the entire building darkened in the blink of an eye. The lights in the building went out, and the music also disappeared. The door automatically opened to both sides, waiting for people to enter. It didn't seem like the door was opening to welcome guests. Instead, it was like a giant beast opening its mouth, waiting to devour people who wanted to enter. At the same time, in Second Life's online gaming world, Gunyanji had used the program she had written to form a cage to trap the system AI inside. She was debugging it and reverse engineering the software. She didn't underestimate the ability of the system AI. She watched as her red dragon continuously devoured the source code revealed by the system AI, but the system AI generated new source code every time it was about to be devoured completely. The new source code letters coiled around Gunyanji's translucent DNA double helix red dragon again and again, gradually forming black and white colors. It was like the yin and yang fish in Tai Chi, chasing each other head to tail, endlessly growing. Gunyanji's eyes widened in shock. Its source code actually has a self-loop function. Chapter 2266. What should she do? If its source code had a self-loop function, how could she reverse deconstruct it? It was obvious that the person who wrote this program had already anticipated this. Gunyanji was nervous, but she admired the owner of the source code, song Heartwarming, even more. To be able to think of this, he had already surpassed 99,999,999% of the programmers in the world. Unfortunately, admiration was useless. Gu Nianji was still worried that the people who hunted the Queen of Hearts would find this place. Because the shackle program she had constructed was a bit crude, the system AI was trapped by her and couldn't get out for the time being. However, this program couldn't withstand the players' attacks from the outside. What Gu Nianji didn't know was that because Hu Xiaoheng had activated the live hunting AI, almost no one watched or played the hunt for the Queen of Hearts in the game. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter had already entered the dark first-floor hall of the building. Yin Shixiang received Hu Xiaoheng's instructions and publicized to the people watching the live broadcast, "Why does everyone listen to the system AI's commands and hunt the Queen of Hearts to make money? The Queen of Hearts is just a virtual boss in the game. Even if you kill her, how much money can you get? Why don't you just hunt the AI like us? It's not protected by the law anyway. When it's gone, all its things will be ours. When that time comes, we'll have as much money as it has." These were the words of a desperate man who only cared about money. The Five Eye Alliance intelligence agency, who had originally suspected the identities of these three people, shook their heads speechlessly when they heard this. Well, they had overestimated these bounty hunters, who die for wealth and die for food. Everyone should just watch the live video and have fun. The light on the live video had clearly dimmed. Only the faint starlight shone through the glass window that was half the height of a person. It could be seen that the three people had already walked into the first-floor hall of the building. The hall was quiet, as if the bright lights and melodious music were just an illusion. Hu Xiaoheng glanced around and made an up gesture. He didn't want to waste any more time on the first floor. He didn't know how Gu Nianji was doing in the game. When he thought of the vicious way the system AI had come up with to hunt the Queen of Hearts, Hu Xiaoheng almost couldn't suppress the violence in his heart. However, the three of them were unable to move. The people watching the live stream couldn't see it for the time being, but Hu Xiaoheng and the other two could see it clearly with their infrared night vision goggles. As soon as they stood still, a few invisible lines shot out from the four walls of the hall on the first floor. They stretched into the shape of a well, and the three of them were trapped in the square in the middle of the well. Seeing this, Peter threw out a dagger to test the situation. With a slashing sound, the dagger was cut in half and fell to the ground with a thud. The people who were watching the live broadcast instantly exploded. What did I see? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How did that dagger suddenly break in half? Is there anything in this hole? It's like the heavenly silk that can cut through iron like mud in wuxia TV shows. Right. It was heavenly worm silk. It's so thin that I can't see it. The netizen's imagination was truly limitless. Zhao Liangzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked some representative speeches and read them to Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter. These comments did remind Hu Xiaoheng of something. Heavenly worm silk, right? Wasn't the heavenly worm silk that the system AI could use lasers? Lasers could be adjusted to a color range that was invisible to the naked eye, and the energy of lasers could indeed cut through iron like mud. Moreover, lasers were almost a standard configuration as weapons. Hu Xiaoheng and the other two were no strangers to them. If there were lasers, there should be laser emitters. The fact that they could form the shape of a well meant that this device wouldn't be too far away. With a thought, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly raised his hand and pulled the trigger of the semi-automatic sniper rifle. He fired a bullet at the crystal lamp on the ceiling of the hall on the first floor. The semi-automatic sniper rifle with a silencer made a "222" sound. The crystal lamp on the ceiling burst into a red light and then fell to the ground like a gorgeous crystal rain. The broken crystal beads weren't cut like the dagger just now. Instead, they fell to the ground smoothly and rolled around. The few laser lines that had formed the shape of a well had disappeared without a sound. Hu Xiaoheng held the gun in his right hand and pointed at the crystal lamp. He said calmly, "Laser emitter." Yin Shixiang, Peter, the audience watching the live stream, after a moment of silence, when the three of them walked up the stairs to the second floor, Yin Shixiang couldn't help but ask, "How can you tell that the crystal lamp is a laser emitter?" "Intuition," Hu Xiaoheng said casually as he climbed the stairs to the second floor. Peter whispered from behind, going upstairs. Its computer room should be underground. The last time he had fought the robot soldiers here, it was on the underground floor. Hu Xiaoheng grunted. "Go upstairs first. Clear all the obstacles in 5 minutes before going downstairs." He was worried that there would be the same laser emitter upstairs as on the first floor, or some kind of self-destruct device. He was no longer afraid of trying to figure out this system AI with the worst of intentions. In Hu Xiaoheng's heart, this system AI was hopelessly bad to be able to do something like hunting Gu Nianji live in front of players all over the world. No matter how amazing the technological advancement was, it couldn't be based on the life and death of humans. Not to mention that it was his Nianji. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng was wearing a black hood on his face. Otherwise, his almost uncontrollable murderous aura would have scared countless children watching the live stream. As soon as he gave the order, Yin Shixiang and Peter immediately moved quickly. The netizens watching the live stream felt as if the video had entered a fast-forward rhythm. The three of them moved in a dazzling manner. They almost flew up to the second floor by climbing the staircase railing. They landed, lined up, raised their guns, aimed, and fired. The 4 cameras at the 4 corners of the ceiling on the second floor were blown up one by one. The blue flames suddenly ignited and quickly extinguished. It wasn't a normal flame, but it was a little cold. The temperature on the second floor instantly dropped, as if they had entered an ice crystal world in the North Pole. White crystals appeared on the black hoods of Hu Xiaoheng and the other two. The AI controls the temperature adjustment system to lower the temperature here to below 0, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Within a minute, -30 degrees. He stretched out his hand, which was wearing a black leather glove, and showed everyone a small digital thermometer. At this moment, Lu Jin, who was also watching the live stream, couldn't help but speak to Hu Xiaoheng directly through Zhao Liangze. "Xiaoheng, let me connect to the building's internet system. It's trapped by Nianji now, so it shouldn't be able to deal with you. These lasers and temperature adjustment programs should have been set up a long time ago. It's the same no matter who comes in. Leave it to me, I'll break it." Chapter 2267. Hu Xiaoheng quickly disconnected the live broadcast channel and spoke to Lu Jin. "Nianji trapped the AI." Lu Jin nodded affirmatively. "I installed a tracking program on the system AI. I took a screenshot of the system AI for 1,000th of a second when Nianji trapped it. According to the screenshot analysis, she must have used debug to determine the coordinates of the AI system and then used software reverse engineering to try to deconstruct the AI." He smiled in relief. "My girl is so smart. She could even think of this. I didn't even think of it." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up slightly. He said in a low voice, "Nianji has always been smart and witty. So smart that it made his heart ache." This was an emotion he had never felt before. However, he had never indulged in his emotions. He coughed lightly and composed himself. He continued, "You have a tracking program. Can you send me a backup?" As he spoke, he opened the back door for Lu Jin and let him in. "No problem." Lu Jin connected to the internet system of the building far away in the Cayman Islands and immediately began to break the automatic program system set up by the AI to manage the building. Hu Xiaoheng also received the tracking program from Lu Jin that he had infected the AI. With Lu Jin's addition, Hu Xiaoheng's team of 3 moved much faster. On the live broadcast, the audience only saw the 3 of them shuttling through the floors of the building like the wind. They patrolled the floors one by one, as if they were looking for something. After a while, the audience seemed to have figured something out and started spamming the screen with comments. Brothers and sisters, have you noticed? This hunting trio is looking for something. I saw it. Aren't they going to hunt the AI? Is the AI a human? You're illiterate. AI is artificial in English. It's the abbreviation for intelligence. Do you know what artificial is? It's artificial, fake, virtual. You can't say that. Maybe this is a fake, artificial intelligence. The netizens' humorous comments caused a burst of laughter. Although Zhao Liangzi found it funny, he wasn't like the netizens who thought that this artificial intelligence was fake. There was no doubt that in the eyes of computer experts like them, this AI, artificial intelligence was real. Even if Lu Jin belittled it as a calculator with a slightly stronger computing power, it could not change the fact that it had real basic artificial intelligence. Just as Zhao Liangzi was about to join the chat, the red intercom in front of him suddenly rang. This was an internal phone with the highest level of authority within the system. When the phone rang, it meant that it was an order from the highest authority. Zhao Liangzi hurriedly stood up in a military posture and answered the phone. Hello, Chief. Sure enough, it was General Ji calling. His voice was solemn and low. Little Zay, how's Xiaoheng? It's in progress. Zhao Liangzi did not elaborate. This was the privilege of the Special Operations Forces. Once the operation started, they couldn't reveal any information to anyone who wasn't related to the operation, not even the higher-ups, unless they were related to the operation. Lu Jin was not only a member of the operation, but also one of the main members, so Zhao Liangzi shared almost all the information with him. General Ji was obviously not involved in this operation, so Zhao Liangzi didn't reveal anything to him. General Ji wasn't here to pry for specific information. He was just very concerned about Hu Xiaoheng's safety. He said in a low voice, "We just received news that the elites of many large countries have already set off for the Cayman Islands." Zhao Liangzi's lips twitched. "Don't you think it's a little too late to get a share of the action now?" General Ji said faintly, "I'm worried that they won't be dealing with the AI, but instead, they'll be the fishermen and deal with our people. Indeed, the older, the wiser." Zhao Liangzi finally understood and immediately said, "I'll inform Major General Hu immediately and tell him to be careful." "Okay, tell him to come back alive. It doesn't matter even if the operation fails. To us, the most important thing isn't the AI, it's our soldiers." Zhao Liangzi's throat choked. After a long while, he said, "I'll definitely pass on the message." General Ji sighed and wanted to say something, but in the end, he hesitated and changed the topic. "We can think of other ways to save Nianji." "Okay, thank you, Chief." Zhao Liangzi had already hung up the phone. Connecting to the secret channel with Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but think of the last moments he had with Bai Shuang. To him, that was the longest night of his life. He had lost the woman he loved the most, and from then on, every day was the same to him. He had never thought of dying for love or dying with her, but he knew that his love had been buried with her. He didn't mean to be single. He just lost the ability to love someone. And without love, how could he spend the rest of his long life with another woman? He might as well focus on his work. After composing himself, Zhao Liangzi said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Major General Ji just gave us a piece of news." After he told him the news, Hu Xiaoheng was holding a gun and returning to the first floor hole. In the live broadcast room, Yin Shixiang and Peter's low voices could be heard. "Clear." This was the order to clear the scene. Next, they were going underground. Hu Xiaoheng pushed his infrared night vision goggles with the gun and said calmly, "Got it." continue the live broadcast. As he spoke, he had already walked towards the stairs that led to the underground floor. Lu Jin had already cracked the system password for the several floors upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng told him about General Ji's secret message that Zhao Liangze had relayed to him. Lu Jin scoffed. Sure. I'll change the password for them and let them decipher the password for 180 years outside first. Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin shouted, don't you believe me? I just changed the password. It's even more tricky than the system's AI's previous settings. Even if the United States uses a quantum computer to decode it, it'll still take 180 years. But they'll have to build a quantum computer first. When the time comes, they'll just live stream for 100 years. It'll be a sustainable business, won't it? Lu Jin teased. He didn't take the foreign intelligence agents who were trying to pick the peaches and blackmail to heart. Hu Xiaoheng was glad that Lu Jin had intervened and helped them stabilize the perimeter. Otherwise, those people would have really come over to pick the peaches and blackmail. That would have been a fierce battle. Humans were always more dangerous and terrifying than artificial intelligence. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and gestured to Yin Shixiang and Peter. The three of them rushed to the basement floors of the building. This was also the place that Peter had broken through before. After the AI takes over the building, this place should be more heavily guarded. Peter pointed the way and arrived at the postmodern corridor that they had come to before. The entire corridor was covered in shiny silver stainless steel plates. The bullet marks from his previous gunfight with the robot warriors had all disappeared. The audience on the live stream channel realized that the scene had changed. What they saw now was like a space capsule in their eyes, and they were all dumbfounded. Hu Xiaoheng and the others were still moving back to back in a triangular formation. Lu Jin was providing technical support from afar. He tried to decode it like he did upstairs, but after 5 minutes, Lu Jin gave up. He said to Hu Xiaoheng through the communication channel. These underground floors are not connected to the building's internal network. They all exist independently. I suspect that there are no secrets in the program settings of the floors below. They're all mechanical programs. You guys have to be careful. The so-called mechanical program was a term that Lu Jin had invented himself. It referred to automated equipment before the advent of computers, such as the oldest wooden ox. As long as it could move, it would be fine. Why would it need a password? Hu Xiaoheng understood instantly and said, this is probably because the AI has learned its lesson and broadened its defenses. It's quite thoughtful. There were high-tech computer programs that controlled passwords, as well as purely mechanical automation facilities that had nothing to do with computers. After the call, Hu Xiaoheng felt more confident. It was his first time here, and he looked around. Everything was as flat as a mirror and as smooth as new. The silver stainless steel corridor seemed to be unable to hide any secrets. Peter was also a little confused. This floor was clearly the one he had breached the last time. The floor where Life Central Control System was located had even fought with those robot warriors. But now, he didn't even know where the door was. Hu Xiaoheng and the other two stood in the middle of the corridor. The mirror-like corridor hall quickly reflected the figures of countless three-man teams. The silver corridor suddenly seemed to be crowded, filled with countless three-man teams. The audience watching the live stream became nervous when they saw this scene. What was going on? Why did a mirror-like silver stainless steel corridor suddenly appear? Where was the high-tech postmodern AI system headquarters? It was different from what everyone had imagined. Yin Shixiang was dizzy from the blurry mirrored images in front of him. He stared at a spot in front of him and asked Hu Xiaoheng in a low voice. What should we do? Is this the main control floor? Hu Xiaoheng was also looking for a flaw in the mirrored corridor. There was no password, Nor was there any computer automatic control program, but what method did this AI use to protect itself from outside attacks? His eyes swept across the mirrored corridor made of silver stainless steel, and he ordered calmly. Shoot. Yin Shixiang was slightly stunned. Shoot. Where? Anywhere. Hu Xiaoheng still maintained his posture of raising his gun. Anywhere. All three of them were wearing the best bulletproof vests designed and manufactured by Lu Jin. Even if a missile were to be fired at this moment, they would be able to escape unscathed. Of course, in this narrow space, unless the AI didn't want to live anymore, it wouldn't have arranged for a missile to be fired here. Because if the AI was willing to do this, it wouldn't have trapped 50 million people in the game. This was clearly a system AI with a strong desire to survive. Yin Shixiang understood. He raised his gun, aimed it at the figure in the mirrored corridor in front of him, and fired. Boom! The sound of the gunshot was suddenly magnified countless times in the mirrored corridor. Not only was it deafening, but the frequency was also terrifyingly high. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Peter's hearing was greatly affected. If it weren't for the fact that they were all wearing Bluetooth headsets, which had a certain degree of protection, they would have been knocked out by the high-frequency sound waves. Hu Xiaoheng instantly understood. He bent down and kicked Yin Shixiang and Peter, who were behind him, causing them to roll to the ground. It was just in time to avoid the bullet that whizzed back from the opposite wall. Chapter 2268. A sound wave amplifier and a wall made of super-elastic nano-bulletproof material. Hu Xiaoheng knelt on one leg and looked up at the bullet making irregular Brownian motion in the silver stainless steel corridor. So if someone shoots as soon as they come in, they will immediately die by their own gun. Then, he rolled forward to the corner of the wall and lay down. Yin Shixiang and Peter were knocked to the ground by Hu Xiaoheng's leg and could not move. The audience watching the live broadcast exclaimed again. There's such a trick. Isn't this AI insane? Actually, it's normal if you think about it. Since it has evolved human intelligence, its first priority is to protect itself. The commenter above is right. Isn't it human instinct to live? It seems that this is AI in the truest sense. Why are they hunting it? Gradually, different voices appeared in the audience watching the live broadcast. They began to resent and reject the Hu Xiaoheng trio hunting AI. Of course, these people were in the minority. Just like those extreme animal protection organizations, they could disregard the life and death of humans for the sake of the animals they wanted to protect. Most people would not be so stupid. In other words, the main body of humans still knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm to protect the survival of the species. Therefore, as soon as this AI protection organization came out, it was immediately scolded by everyone. Why, shut up. Be a human. Since when is it your turn to uphold justice for AI? AI is rich enough to rival a country. It can block thousands of troops by itself and can even take 50 million people as hostages. Those who are clamoring for AI protection organization should look in the mirror first. If looking in the mirror is not enough to wake you up, then go look at your bank balance. Amidst everyone's sarcasm, the people who were trying to protect the interests of AI gradually stopped talking. In the live broadcast, the bullet was still crashing around in the corridor, refusing to stop. If it did not stop, the three of them could not stand up and continue to move. Because Brownian motion was irregular, who knew when it would crash into them? The human body was not bulletproof material. Although the three of them were wearing special bulletproof vests, they only protected the main parts of the body and the head. The rest of the arms and legs were not protected. What if this bullet in Brownian motion plunged into the arm or thigh? The three of them would rather die than accept the possibility of being crippled. Therefore, they carefully lay on the ground. What should we do? Could it be that he was going to watch it act so arrogantly? until it runs out of kinetic energy. Peter narrowed his eyes and took out another gun. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him and nodded slightly. Peter understood. He stared at the bullet that was still moving at an astonishing speed for a moment, then raised his other gun and aimed at the bullet. What came out of the muzzle of the gun was not a bullet, but something that looked like a silver net. A silver light flashed before everyone's eyes. Whoosh! The bullet was caught by the silver net. However, the kinetic energy of the bullet had not been completely exhausted. After being covered by the net, it actually pulled Peter, who was lying on the ground, into the air. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yin Shixiang leaped forward and grabbed Peter's leg to pull him back. With this movement, the kinetic energy of the bullet was completely consumed. The sound of bullets bouncing off the wall finally disappeared. Hu Xiaoheng, Peter, and Yin Shixiang stood up from the ground. Yin Shixiang rubbed his head and said with lingering fear, "We can't shoot here. That's too sinister. Who would have thought that the AI would play a game of giving them a taste of their own medicine here?" If it weren't for Hu Xiaoheng's quick-wittedness, one of the three of them would have been crippled even if they didn't die. However, Hu Xiaoheng had also given the order to shoot, so he had only done what he had to do. It couldn't be considered as saving Yin Shixiang and Peter. The three of them weren't such calculative people. Coming out to carry out a mission together meant that they had disregarded life and death. Hu Xiaoheng whispered, "You can't shoot here. Off the trigger." What he meant was that they couldn't even accidentally fire. Peter and Yin Shixiang nodded in unison and put their semi-automatic sniper rifles behind their backs. Hu Xiaoheng pulled out a dagger from his waist and held it in front of him. Although there were images of the three of them around him, and it looked like they were in a mirror palace, he didn't believe that this was really just a mirror. His dagger was made of special material and was as bright as a mirror. It was much more high definition than the silver stainless steel mirrors. When he compared it with the dagger, he immediately saw the difference. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the middle of the mirrored corridor and began to give the order. "Mike, you go in the 9:00 direction. Peter, you go in the 3:00 direction." Mike was the English name Yin Shixiang had used for this mission. Peter was the name of the Russian KGB. It was the same name in both Russian and English, but it was too common. He didn't know how many Peters there were in the world, so he didn't give him another code name. Yin Shixiang and Peter walked in the direction Hu Xiaoheng had instructed them to and took out the same dagger. The three daggers were held in front of their eyes. With the light reflected from the mirrored corridor, they saw different mirror images. It wasn't that the figures they saw were different, but that the distance between the figures was different. These images were transmitted to Lu Jin through the high-definition selfie device on Hu Xiaoheng's head. After entering the underground, Lu Jin told them that there was no password here. It might be a mechanical device, so they were just spectators. As it turned out, Lu Jin's guess was right. After Hu Xiaoheng resolved the first crisis, he sent Lu Jin the image the three of them had just projected with the mirror dagger. Lu Jin instantly understood what he meant. Since the images you projected with the dagger show the distance between the figures, it means that there is a door hidden in this silver stainless steel mirrored corridor. Hu Xiaoheng completely agreed with Lu Jin's judgment and said, "Is there a way to find it?" "No problem, it's just a simple three-dimensional analytic geometry," Lu Jin said calmly. He entered the pictures into the computer and then added the actual length, width, and height of the mirrored corridor as parameters. A formula for three-dimensional analytic geometry was listed. A few minutes later, Lu Jin gave Hu Xiaoheng the coordinates. Hu Xiaoheng asked Yin Shixiang and Peter to return to their previous positions and checked again with the mirror dagger. This time, he looked in the direction of the coordinates Lu Jin had mentioned. As expected, he saw a very fine crack in the middle of the human figures. It was as if someone had drawn a slightly curved human body curve on a smooth wall. However, in the crowded scene of countless figures, this line looked like the curve of the human body itself. If they were to observe it with the naked eye, with the clarity of the mirrored corridor, they might not be able to find this extremely hidden, human body curve, even if they searched for a whole year. Hu Xiaoheng confirmed the location and slowly moved his body towards the crack with the human body curve drawn on it. Whoosh! There was another soft sound, and another silver light flashed before everyone's eyes. This time, it was Hu Xiaoheng who threw his dagger and stabbed it right into the heart in the middle of the crack in the human body curve. The entire mirrored corridor was silent for a while. Then, with a thud, a door appeared in front of them and slowly slid open to both sides. Peter was a little excited. He remembered that there was a Tao sect here. However, when the door was completely open, Peter blinked in disbelief. It was completely different from the last time he saw it. Last time, this was the central control room where the main server of the online gaming company was located. There were countless large screens and computer consoles. But now, there were no large screens or computer consoles. There were only rows of iron shelves that looked like bookshelves. From the roof to the ground, it felt like they were indomitable. The middle of the iron shelves was solid. The material didn't look like metal, and it had a dull bronze color. The three of them walked in and looked at the rows of iron shelves in surprise. There were also the special material solid plates in the middle of the iron shelves, as well as the densely packed small metal dots on the plates. It was so trypophobia was about to break out. What is this? Yin Shixiang walked forward curiously. He took a dagger and pried off a little from the special material solid plate. Then, he used the instrument he carried with him to conduct an on-site inspection. These were all small detectors. They were one of the necessary instruments for frontline intelligence personnel on the special battlefront. Silicon. This is actually made of silicon. Yin Shixiang shouted and looked up in Hu Xiaoheng and Peter's direction. Come and look. This thing is actually silicon. Hu Xiaoheng and Peter stood together and looked up silently at the countless iron shelves in front of them for a while. The middle of the iron shelves is a silicon plate, Peter said. Then these are, he pointed at the densely packed small dots on the silicon plate. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and walked over slowly. He approached the silicon plate and carefully looked at the small metal dots on it. Then, he picked up the dagger and pried at a small dot. Peter, Yin Shixiang couldn't help but ask. Won't it be dangerous? He only dared to pry open a little of the outer plate. He didn't dare to touch the densely packed small dots. Who knew what special weapon it was? However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't care at all. He already had an idea in his heart, and now he was just verifying his idea. His hand was very big and strong, but the strength of his grip on the dagger was very clever. He slowly dug out the surroundings of the small metal dot, revealing the inside part. The small metal dot in his eyes was just the tip of the iceberg. There was another world inside. When Hu Xiaoheng dug out the surroundings of the small metal dot, everyone could see clearly that the small metal dot was just a sharp corner. Hu Xiaoheng put on his gloves and took out a small pair of tweezers. He pinched the small metal dot and pulled it out. What appeared on the live broadcast was a small thin piece that was half a square centimeter. It shone with a copper metallic luster, but it didn't look like it was made of metal. What is this? Yin Shixiang walked over nervously. Hu Xiaoheng faced the live broadcast device and said calmly. Chip. Chip. Peter repeated, then looked at the countless iron shelves in the room and the densely packed small metal dots on the silicon plate in the center of the iron shelves. If each metal dot was a chip, then how many chips were there? It would probably take a year to calculate with a quantum computer, right? Yin Shixiang carried his gun and looked around. He asked in confusion, what do we do next? How were they going to hunt AI? Yin Shixiang actually didn't know much. He was only following Hu Xiaoheng's orders. Hu Xiaoheng held the chip and said to him, as well as to all the viewers in the live broadcast room, the AI we want to hunt is inside the chip. What we are looking for is actually a chip. To be precise, it is the original chip of the mainframe. I believe that is the source of AI. AI is virtual and can travel through the online world, but it can't exist without this chip. We have been fooled by it. The power supply is a cover, and the network is also a cover. As long as its source chip exists, even if the power supply is cut off and the network is cut off, those trapped will die, but it won't die, Hua Xiaoheng said coldly. Hua Xiaoheng said coldly. He threw the chip on the ground and stepped on it with his foot. He crushed the delicate chip into powder in an instant. Chapter 2269. The netizens watching the live stream gasped again. It's actually the chip. AI can't exist without the chip. But there are so many chips. Why did he say that only one chip produced AI? Can't many chips be produced? TSK. Your father ejected so many sperm, why did he only give birth to you? You don't even understand this. Who are you scolding? I'll scold whoever sticks to me. The netizens were all in a hubbub. They were all shocked by Hua Xiaoheng's news. At the same time, the intelligence elites who had rushed over from various countries were scratching their heads in front of the building. They wanted to enter, but they couldn't. When they found out that the source of the AI was in the chip, these people wanted to blow up the building. But now that the whole world was watching this building because of the live broadcast of the hunt for the AI, even if they wanted to, they didn't have the guts. Because if the building exploded, the AI might not even have a corpse left, but those who were trapped in the game would all die. Fortunately, they were blocked by Lu Jin's password and couldn't go in and cause trouble. This gave Hua Xiaoheng and the others enough time to find where the source chip was. At that moment, in the central control room underground of the building, Hua Xiaoheng and the other two were walking in the chip forest. Finding a chip in this chip forest was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. However, Hua Xiaoheng still had to find this needle. He carried a semi-automatic sniper rifle on his back and walked slowly between the rows of metal shelves. He still wore a black hood and infrared night vision goggles on his face, and his expression was completely covered. But even without this cover, his face was expressionless. When he was thinking, he usually didn't have any expression. Yin Shixiang and Peter didn't go and cause trouble. They worked together. One was on guard at the entrance, and the other was on guard at the other end of the hall, waiting for Hua Xiaoheng to give the order. Lu Jin was also working nervously in front of his computer. He wanted to help Hua Xiaoheng find the location of the chip, but in reality, unless he was there, it would be very difficult to find it in a short period of time. If he wanted to use an algorithm, he could only use the exhaustive method and rely on his quantum computer to do the math. However, he wasn't there, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't have a quantum computer with him. If he wanted to find this origin chip, he needed to find another way. Hua Xiaoheng paced back and forth in the chip forest twice but still couldn't think of a solution. He was a little impatient. Gu Nianji was still waiting for him to rescue her. Every second he wasted here was another second of suffering for Gu Nianji. But how was he supposed to find it? He stopped beside Yin Shixiang and stood for a while, feeling the sweat on his back. However, Yin Shixiang stood at the door, where there was an air vent. Soon, the cool breeze from the central air conditioning system blew away the dryness on Hua Xiaoheng's body. Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around to look at the air conditioning vent not far from Yin Shixiang's head. He was so focused that Yin Shixiang's scalp went numb. He raised his head with some trepidation and looked at a place not far above his head. Apart from an air conditioner vent, there was nothing else. Hua Xiaoheng came back to his senses and immediately cut off the live broadcast signal. He said to Zhao Liangzi, "Use the live broadcast from just now. We're going to take action." He then connected to Lu Jin's secret channel and said in a low voice, don't you have a tracking program? Can you use that program to stimulate the AI? It's best to make it run at high power. Lu Jin frowned. My tracking program can only determine its location. As for making it run at high power, I'll think of a way. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. How long will it take? Will 3 minutes be enough? Lu Jin thought about it and finally activated the self-destruct program in the tracking program. Gu Nianji was currently thinking about how to destroy the self-circulation system of the AI source code. Suddenly, she realized that the system AI, which had already transformed into a black and white yin-yang fish, wasn't spinning very smoothly. There were some discordant colored dots in the middle, which were especially dazzling in the black and white yin-yang fish pattern. Gu Nianji stared at it for a while, then clapped her hands and laughed. Hey! You've been infected by a virus. Who's so powerful? They infected you long ago. The system AI was so angry that it wanted to stomp its feet, but it could no longer create an anthropomorphic image to argue with Gu Nianji. When did the source code get mixed up with the virus? Of course, it had to do its best to remove the virus that had mixed up in the source code. At the same time, it had to fight against Gu Nianji's reverse software engineering. This way, it had no choice but to increase its power. Both of these were threats to its life and death, so it would not hesitate to pay any price to fight against these two things that threatened its life. Fighting required energy, and energy could only be obtained by increasing the power of the chip processor. With Lu Jin's activation and Gu Nianji's adding insult to injury, the AI's power suddenly increased. After Lu Jin detected the abnormality in the AI program, he immediately informed Hua Xiaoheng, it's increasing its power. Hua Xiaoheng immediately said to Yin Shixiang and Peter, destroy the central air conditioning system here. Yes. Yin Shixiang and Peter moved at the same time. One of them went to destroy the power cord of the central air conditioning system, while the other went to block the vents of the central air conditioning system. None of them tried to destroy the control program of the central air conditioning system, because Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't allow them to do so. Don't alert the enemy. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he made some adjustments to his infrared night vision goggles so that they could detect heat instead of infrared. Its working principle was similar to the infrared night vision goggles. The infrared night vision goggles detected the infrared emitted by the human body and discovered the human body hidden in the darkness. The infrared night vision goggles that Hua Xiaoheng had modified were actually heat detectors that could detect the heat changes of non-living bodies. For example, the heat changes of the chip. This kind of heat change was originally negligible under the concealment of the central air conditioning. It was impossible for a simple heat detector like him to detect it. Therefore, he had Yin Shixiang and Peter destroy the central air conditioning system here. When Yin Shixiang and Peter destroyed the central air conditioning system in the hall, the temperature in the hall began to rise sharply. As the tide rose, the temperature of the chip would also rise. Hua Xiaoheng wore the modified heat detector goggles and looked into the forest of chips. As he had expected, there were so many chips here, but only the origin chip had the highest power, so it also emitted the highest heat. From his heat detector goggles, the forest of chips looked like a starry sky, but every star was red, like the eyes of a demon. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. He had always been a demon hunter. When he saw these demons, he felt his adrenaline surge and his blood boil. In his eyes, there was a row of steel frames that were emitting red light. It was as if a rare treasure had been born, but it was also like a warning light that warned him of danger ahead. Chapter 2270. Hua Xiaoheng strode over and stood in front of the gleaming red steel frame. The red light he saw was from the infrared night vision goggles he had modified with the thermal detection function. The higher the heat, the brighter the red light seen by the thermal detector. Among the countless chips in the entire hall, only one was emitting such a strong light. That was the core chip of the AI. Hu Xiaoheng suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly took out his dagger to dig out the area around the chip, revealing it. It was no different from other ordinary chips. If it wasn't for the abnormal heat it emitted, no one would think it was a special chip. And the system AI was born from this chip. It couldn't exist without this chip. At this time, the system AI was confronting Gu Nianji in the game while frantically eliminating the virus program in its own source code. It suddenly realized something was wrong. Someone seemed to have found its core. For a moment, Gu Nianji noticed that the black and white yin-yang fish formed by the AI suddenly stopped spinning. It quietly floated in front of her, and Gu Nianji thought it was about to dissipate. Hu Xiaoheng took out special tweezers and carefully pinched the chip out. Gu Nianji only felt a strong light suddenly fill her eyes. Then the image of the black and white yin-yang fish formed by the system AI began to dissipate. But how could it be willing to give up everything it was so close to obtaining? You want to destroy me? Then try to die with me, Dad. A sharp electronic voice suddenly sounded throughout the online game. No matter what the players were doing, they found that the world in front of them was collapsing. The sky gradually turned into nothingness, and the earth became a black hole. Their friends began to disappear, and the enemies they were fighting also retreated without a fight. Even they began to feel themselves slowly becoming lighter, as light as a feather, gradually floating between heaven and earth. Gu Nianji also felt this. She thought regretfully, am I really going to die this time? She also couldn't accept it. Why? This AI could do whatever it wanted to humans. Her anger gradually rose, and with a thought in her mind, she pounced forward and entangled the black and white yin-yang fish that was about to disappear. The system AI was also in a state of extreme fear. It sensed that it was facing an unprecedented catastrophe. It didn't even understand how anyone could break through such a well-planned and perfect trap. However, the truth was right in front of its eyes. As an artificial intelligence system with supercomputing power, it quickly calculated the probability of its survival. Close to zero. What should it do? It was in this confusion and fear that it was trapped by Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji knew that she was only a beam of brain waves, and the system's AI was only a virtual wave created by a source code program. In a sense, they were homologous. Therefore, when Gu Nianji netted the system AI's image of the black and white yin-yang fish, she swallowed part of the system AI's program. However, this state did not last long. If someone were to keep time, they would find that it was less than 1/100th of a second. Although to Gu Nianji, this time seemed extremely long. Lu Jin saw everything through the tracking program left by the system's AI. He also saw that the online game world was in danger of collapsing. He quickly informed Hu Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng, the system AI wants the people in the game to die with it. Did you find its source chip? Hu Xiaoheng's heart tightened. I've found the chip, but haven't the people in the game been released yet? Not yet. Lu Jin's expression was very serious. But we still have a little time difference. We can still do something. Hu Xiaoheng held the chip and almost stood like a statue. Lu Jin sat in front of his quantum computer and was completely in the state of a scientist. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, previously, because the system's AI was in the online game, it could cause the game's timeline to change at any time, so this method didn't work. But now that you've removed it from the game, it can't make any more random changes to the game's timeline. My method should work. Hu Xiaoheng felt his heart in his throat finally calm down. His voice was almost choked with sobs. Uncle Lu, please save Nianji. I will. She's my only girl. You've done a good job. Lu Jin rarely praised Hu Xiaoheng, then threw himself into his calculations. I'm solving an equation, an exact solution to the Einstein field equation. This exact solution is based on the Einstein field equation, adding a large number of second-order tensors from the game from a geometric point of view, and using my quantum computer to perform saturation calculations. Because the amount of calculations is very large, if the system's AI had been in it as a variable, my calculations wouldn't have been able to be completed. Now that it's gone, the variables in the entire online game world remain the same, and I can calculate a periodic solution. Mathematically speaking, if a certain initial value condition is met, the world can be reincarnated. Of course, this is only a conclusion based on microscopic quantum theory. In the macroscopic real world, this conclusion can't be established for the time being. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. But Nianji is in the game world, so this conclusion is established. Yes. Lu Jin was also very excited. He looked at the initial values he had calculated on the screen, and his fingers began to tremble as he typed on the keyboard. The online game world that Nianji is trapped in is essentially a quantum microscopic world, so this conclusion is established. As Lu Jin spoke, he had already put on Hua Xiaoheng's game helmet. I'm going into the game to connect the initial values I calculated with the game system and let it reincarnate. Go back to 5 minutes before the AI took over the game. Hua Xiaoheng nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, I'll ask little Zay to live stream the game immediately. Remember to choose a normal game image. Lu Jin had already entered the game. He still chose Song Haichuan's in-game image. Zhao Liangzi received Hua Xiaoheng's notification and quickly carried out technical procedures to resume the live stream. Of course, in order to have a special reaction time, his live stream was delayed by 5 minutes from reality. This way, if there was a problem, he could quickly cut off the live stream. Thus, after experiencing a long 5 minutes, the netizens in front of the live stream finally saw a different scene. Huh? What's going on? Isn't this the scene in the game? Aren't we going to hunt the AI? Why are we back in the game? Holy sh*t. What's wrong with this game? It's like the world is about to collapse. Could it be that they failed to hunt the AI, and their 3-man team was also caught by the AI in the game? The netizens were discussing animatedly. Lu Jin, who had chosen Song Haichuan's image, had already spoken. Zhao Liangzi had chosen Hua Xiaoheng's voice after changing his voice so that the netizens could identify the person by his voice. As expected, the netizens stopped making a ruckus as soon as he spoke. Lu Jin raised his arm and said to the scene that was about to fade, Dear netizens, our AI hunting team has found the AI's source chip and destroyed it. Because the AI destroyed the game system's timeline, we can't restart the game directly. That way, restarting the game would only mean erasing all data. Therefore, we can only find an initial value through the exact solution of the Einstein field equation. Through this initial value, we can achieve a certain degree of restarting the game without destroying any game data. At the moment, because of the urgency of time, we can only find the initial value 5 minutes before the AI took over the game. Therefore, our restart can only go back to that 5 minutes ago. After the restart, everyone trapped in the game by the AI can wake up. Please quickly remove their helmets and let them return to normal. When Lu Jin said this, the whole world was in an uproar. Not only had the 3-man team of Huaxia hunted the AI, but they had also saved tens of millions of rescued players. Gu Nianji also heard Lu Jin's words in the game and was instantly excited. If there was one person in this world who could find the initial value of a certain period of time in the game through the Einstein field equation, that person would definitely be her father, Lu Jin. Gu Nianji put her hands together in front of her chest and looked up at the sky with extreme happiness and excitement. Because she saw that the sky that was about to fade away was gradually solidifying again. She closed her eyes and felt her body fall into a vortex, spinning rapidly. It was like when she was young and had followed Hua Xiaoheng to ride a roller coaster at Disneyland abroad. It was such a thrilling experience, but she didn't feel flustered. Because this time, not only would Hua Xiaoheng be by her side to accompany her on the roller coaster, but her father, Lu Jin, would also be there to protect her. It was difficult for Gu Nianji to describe how she felt in the vortex. It was as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of the world, but it was also as if it had only been a fleeting moment of youth. But when she opened her eyes again, she saw that she had returned to that day, when Song Haichuan stood in front of her and suddenly changed his expression. No, that wasn't right. This Song Haichuan didn't show a ferocious expression. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. That expression, that arrogance, who else could it be other than her father, Lu Jin? Gu Nianji suddenly pounced on Lu Jin and hugged the image of Song Haichuan tightly. Dad! You're here to save me. The fastest website for mobile version, Chapter 2271. Zhao Liangzi, who was in charge of the live stream, had already blocked all scenes related to Gu Nianji. Even he couldn't see them. Therefore, the netizens in the live stream room saw a different scene in the game and didn't see Gu Nianji pounce on Song Haichuan and call him daddy. Lu Jin didn't expect Gu Nianji to recognize him when he appeared as Song Haichuan. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He opened his arms and caught Gu Nianji as she threw herself at him. Nianji, Daddy is taking you home. Gu Nianji was extremely excited. She wanted to cry, but she also wanted to laugh. She hugged Lu Jin's neck and jumped and shouted. She was extremely happy. She had been trapped in this lousy game for so many days and faced the threat of death several times, but she had never felt despair. Dad! I knew you'd come to save me. Gu Nianji shouted as Lu Jin picked her up by the waist and spun her around. Gu Nianji giggled. She hugged Lu Jin's neck even tighter and pressed her head against his heart. Listening to his beating heart, she smiled and said, Dad, you can also simulate AI. It can even simulate a heartbeat. I didn't simulate this. This is programmed by the system. Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. He sighed. At least I didn't break my promise to your mother. I'll protect you for the rest of my life. Gu Nianji knew that Lu Jin was talking about Qin Suwen. Just as she was about to comfort Lu Jin, her vision blurred and she realized that the scene in front of her had changed again. It was no longer Song Haichuan's laboratory in the Institute of High Energy Physics, but a luxurious but low-key, tasteful bedroom. Gu Nianji blinked and looked around in confusion. Where was this place? It looked so familiar. She didn't know that Lu Jin had suddenly realized something. Sweating profusely, he followed her and tried to drag her away. Nianji, let's go back. Let's. Before he could finish, Gu Nianji saw 3 figures appear in the bedroom. Soon, the 3 figures materialized and appeared in front of her and Song Haichuan Lu Jin. Lu Jin was even more anxious. He was even anxious to cover Gu Nianji's eyes. But it was too late. Gu Nianji saw the 3 figures and froze. When Lu Jin's palm came over, Gu Nianji pushed him away and said in surprise, These 3 people, or, our dad. Mom and me when I was young. The 3 people who appeared in the bedroom were a man and a woman, 2 adults, and a chubby little girl. The woman was Qin Suwen, whom Gu Nianji had seen once in a photo. The man, on the other hand, was Gu Xiangwen, who had not been disfigured. Gu Nianji recognized him at a glance because at that time, Gu Xiangwen looked exactly the same as the 3D image of Gu Xiangwen that Gu Nianji had seen in this world. Of course, he looked exactly the same as the Gu Xiangwen in that photo. The little girl was also holding a doll in her arms. It was exactly the same as the one Gu Nianji had seen in photos. Gu Nianji finally understood why the room looked so familiar. This was clearly Qin Suwen and He Qingjian's bedroom in the He family's mansion in the other world. Why would the family of 3 appear in Qin Suwen and He Qingjian's bedroom? Gu Nianji was even more confused. Lu Jin let out a low cry and his entire body trembled. He gripped Gu Nianji's wrist tightly and begged bitterly, Nianji. Nianji. My good girl, let's go. Stop looking. He tried to use the program to interfere with Gu Nianji, but because Gu Nianji had devoured part of the system's AI source code, Lu Jin realized that he couldn't control Gu Nianji's 5 senses. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, could suppress him. Dad. Wait a moment. Gu Nianji reached out a hand and fixed Song Haichuan's image of Lu Jin in place. She even sealed his mouth. Gu Nianji's gaze was completely attracted by Qin Suwen's appearance in the bedroom. This was her mother. Her biological mother. She had once fantasized countless times about how she would feel if she had the chance to see her biological mother. Now that her mother was standing not far from her, even if her life was in danger for one more second, she would stay without hesitation. People who had never lost their mothers wouldn't understand how she felt. Gu Nianji looked at the woman in front of her almost greedily. She knew that she was just an image in the game, but she still couldn't help but want to go forward and hug her. She said to her, "Mom, I miss you so much." However, the woman didn't seem to see Gu Nianji at all. She held the chubby little Nianji's hand and said to the man in front of her with a serious expression, "What did you say? Say it again." The man was Lu Jin before his face was disfigured. He was tall and elegant, but there was a hint of awkwardness on his face. "Suwen, listen to me. This is just a misunderstanding. We didn't mean it." The young Lu Jin scratched his head and looked away. "She, Nianji, is your biological daughter." Gu Nianji's heart sank. When did this happen? She bit her lip and took a step forward. The expression on Qin Suwen's face froze for a moment. Then she slowly lowered her head and looked at the chubby little girl standing beside her. The little girl was also looking up at her. Seeing her lower her eyes, the little girl giggled. "Susu, what's wrong?" Qin Suwen slowly squatted down and looked at the little girl. She looked at her as if she was talking in her sleep and said softly, "Nianji. You're my daughter." The little girl's chubby little hand caressed Qin Suwen's face. Her childish voice was soft and cute. "Susu, don't cry. I'll be very good and won't disturb your sleep." The expression in Qin Suwen's eyes was incomparably painful. It was obvious that her heart was being stabbed by a knife. Her lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word. The young Lu Jin said anxiously, "Suwen, don't be in a hurry to be sad. Let me tell you, I'm telling you the truth because, shut up." Qin Suwen suddenly stood up. She turned around and glared at Lu Jin. "You still have the face to talk to me? How could you be so sinister and vicious? Using my daughter's life to save my son's." Qin Suwen walked up to Lu Jin step by step and reached out to grab his collar. She clenched her fist as if she was about to punch him. "If Ah Chu knew about all of this, would you want him to die? That be *tch, Qin Yaguang, even used my daughter for those crazy experiments." Qin Suwen seemed to have thought of the cruel experiments that little Nianji had gone through before she was 6 years old. She closed her eyes and tears rolled down her cheeks. Her face was so pale that it was blue, but her lips were purple. Her expression was even more frightening. "I won't let her go. I won't let you go either." Qin Suwen clutched her chest and panted heavily. Her words began to stutter. When Lu Jin saw this, he hurriedly took out a small bottle and poured out a pill for her to take. He helped her sit down on the sofa and said anxiously, Okay. When you recover, you can sue me however you want. I won't hire any defense lawyer. I can go to prison for the rest of my life. I can even be shot, but you have to listen to me first. What else do you have to say?" Qin Suwen wanted to stand up from the sofa again. The little girl seemed to be frightened and cowered to the side. Lu Jin quickly said, Suwen, look, you scared Nianji. Qin Suwen took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. She looked up at the little girl who was cowering in the corner and forced a smile. She reached out her hand. Nianji, my little darling, don't be afraid. Come to mommy's side. Chapter 2272. Gu Nianji, who was watching this scene from the side, had tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that this was a scene in the game, and that no matter what she did or said, the other party couldn't see it. However, she couldn't help covering her mouth with the back of her hand to suppress the sobs that were about to escape her mouth. She was afraid that she would disturb this scene. The little girl, who was curled up in the corner, stared at Qin Suwen in shock and muttered, Susu. Mom. She looked incredulous. The young Lu Jin looked at his watch and said anxiously, all right, you can talk about your mother-daughter relationship in the future. Suwen, listen to me. I just found out about Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory. She put the new virus on that doll. You should have been infected, and you were infected through Nianji. As he spoke, he walked over to take the doll from the little girl's hand and said nervously, it's this doll. Little darling, give the doll to Daddy. The little girl hugged her doll and looked up at Lu Jin. She then lowered her head and patted her doll before reluctantly handing it to Lu Jin. Good girl. Lu Jin patted her head and continued to say to Qin Suwen, Nianji is indeed your biological daughter. I'm telling you the truth. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just want your cooperation so that I can take a sample of your blood for a virus test. I will definitely cure you. The little girl, the chubby little child Nianji, widened her already big eyes in surprise. She ran out from the corner of the wall and held Qin Suwen's hand. She asked in confusion, Susu. Did you recognize the wrong person? My mother isn't you, it's Dr. Qin Yaoguang. Qin Suwen hugged the little girl in her arms and shook her head with tears streaming down her face. No, she's not your mother. The little girl pursed her lips and tilted her head to look at Qin Suwen. After a while, she patted her on the back. Susu, don't cry. Susu, don't cry. If you say so, then so be it. She looked very sensible. Qin Suwen seemed to be even more upset. She buried her head in the little girl's neck and cried so hard that her entire body trembled. The little girl was stunned for a moment. She turned to look at Lu Jin at a loss and said softly, Daddy, what happened to Susu? Young Lu Jin sighed and walked over to squat in front of Qin Suwen. He said seriously, Nianji, do you believe in Dad? Or do you believe Qin Yaoguang? Of course it's Daddy, the little girl blurted out and nodded affirmatively. I trust Daddy the most. Okay, then Dad will tell you that your biological mother isn't Qin Yaoguang, but Qin Suwen. Susu, who treats you very well, do you believe me? Are you happy? The little girl thought for a while in confusion. She hugged Qin Suwen's head with her chubby little hands and said, but Susu didn't give me an injection. Mom stuck me here with a very thick needle. The little girl stretched out her chubby little arm, on which round pinholes could be vaguely seen. And here. The little girl lifted the clothes on her back. She would ask me how much it hurt while she was doing it. I said that it was very painful, but she asked me to endure it. She said that for the sake of my mother's experiment, I couldn't cry or scream. I could only endure it. The young Lu Jin closed his eyes and turned his head away. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes. Gu Nianji could clearly see that on the little girl's spine, the pinhole had sunk even bigger. Qin Suwen finally cried out, Nianji, my baby. Mom has let you down. The little girl still shook her head. Susu treats me very well, but Mom is different. Mom likes to push me down from a high place. It hurts a lot when I fall. She says I'm a monster. No matter how much I'm tortured, I can heal. Anne. The little girl raised her head as if she had remembered something. She suddenly covered her ears with her hands and shouted, I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. I'll be good. Mom, don't shock me. The young Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and covered the little girl's mouth with his hand. He choked with sobs and said, Nianji, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left you with that lunatic. Dad will return all the torture you've suffered to you. Now be good and stop talking. Wait for Dad to treat Mom. Shut up. Qin Suan scolded Lu Jin. She raised her head, and her face was as pale as a sheet. However, her lips, which had turned purple earlier, were already bleeding because she had bitten them so hard. They were dark red, but they were almost the same color as normal. The young Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. He slowly let go of his hand and lowered his head. He said in a low voice, Suan, I'm sorry. Don't tell me you're sorry. You should tell her you're sorry. Qin Suan sneered and picked up the little girl. But is there any use in saying sorry? The sins you two have done can't be made up for with just an apology. She carried the little girl to the sofa. The young Lu Jin was even more nervous. He quickly said, I know I was wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried so hard to take Ninji away from Qin Yaoguang. You know you're wrong. It's easy for you to say it, but my daughter. Qin Suan said coldly. She lowered her head and kissed the little girl's cheek. Don't be afraid, little darling. Susu's mother will help you teach Qin Yaoguang a lesson. The little girl looked at Qin Suan silently. After a while, she kissed Qin Suan's face and said awkwardly, Susu's mother, thank you. But there's no need. Mommy said that if others find out, she won't like me. Qin Suan closed her eyes sadly. She turned her head and wiped her tears. She sobbed and said, Is Susu's mother someone else? Nianji, in your heart, is Susu's mother someone else? The little girl's face showed fear. She rubbed her little hands and said uneasily, but Mommy said. I'm a monster. If I say it, no one will like me. Susu's mother, don't dislike me. The little girl looked at Qin Suan pitifully. She was afraid that she would lose the first person in her life who was unconditionally good to her. Qin Suan took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. She held the little girl's chubby face with both hands and said, Nianji, don't worry. Susu's mother will always like you. Look, Susu's mother already liked you a lot before she knew you were her daughter. The little girl thought about it for a while and nodded. She leaned into her arms with great reliance. Susu's mother, I believe in you. Qin Suan looked at the little girl's big clear eyes and hugged her tightly. My little darling, no one will dare to hurt you anymore. The young Lu Jin couldn't bear it and quickly said, Suan, don't be sad. Let me take a sample for you first, we'll settle the score later. Qin Suan scolded him again. She hugged the little girl in her arms and lowered her head to say, Little Nianji, Susu's mother will seek justice for you. The little girl's voice was soft. Really? Mommy will hit me, throw me, cut me. She said she wants to see how long the wound will take to heal. There are also experiments. Won't Susu's mother do these things to me? The little girl counted with her fingers. There are physics experiments, toxicology experiments, pathology experiments. I lived in a cage with her lab rats. The lab rats died, but I was still fine. I could always recover. She said she was about to lose hope, Nianji. Stop talking. Stop talking. The young Lu Jin roared. He saw Qin Suan, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly tilt. At this point, even Gu Nianji, who was watching from the side, wanted to rush up and cover her childhood mouth. However, the little girl seemed to have found a way to vent. She spoke even more incessantly, and no one could stop her. She was obviously very eloquent. Her description was vivid, and it made people feel like they were on the scene. However, to Qin Suan, this kind of description was too destructive. She had already known that this little girl had suffered a huge trauma, but now that she had heard it from her own mouth and found out that she was her biological daughter, this kind of blow was unbearable. Not to mention that Qin Suan was already someone with congenital heart disease and had been infected with a new virus. With a plop, she fell to the carpet. The young Lu Jin rushed over and caught the little girl who had almost fallen down. He took out the medicine with one hand and stuffed it into Qin Suan's mouth again. Qin Suan's entire face turned a faint purple. She swallowed the medicine and raised her hand to point at the door while panting. "Xiangwen, take her out quickly. Don't let her see. Erase her memory of today. I don't want her to feel guilty for the rest of her life," the young Lu Jin quickly said. "Don't be too agitated. You'll be fine. I'll cure you. I'll call an ambulance. Send her out." Qin Suan roared. Suddenly, as if she had the strength, she stood up from the ground and pushed Lu Jin, who was carrying the little girl, towards the door. "Go. Go. Don't let her see. Don't let her know." Lu Jin was pushed out of the door with the little girl in his arms. Bang! The bedroom door closed. Qin Suan clutched her chest and slid down from behind the door. The smile and tears froze on her face, which was gradually turning cold. The fastest website for mobile version, Chapter 2273. The young Lu Jin put the little girl down outside the door. He quickly took out a wobbling pocket watch and hypnotized her. The little girl's memory seemed to be very stubborn. Lu Jin spent twice as much time as usual to successfully erase the little girl's memories of today. Then, he turned around and went in. In the bedroom, he saw the unconscious Qin Suan lying by the door. The young Lu Jin stood there in a daze. His expression changed from shock and disbelief to blankness. It was an expression of extreme sorrow. Because it was too sad, there was finally a kind of tranquility and calmness that there is nothing sadder than a dead heart. He knelt down and gently touched Qin Suan's cheek with his hand. He paused and covered Qin Suan's open eyes with his hand, trying to make her close them. But Qin Suan could not close her eyes. The young Lu Jin could only say, "Don't worry, Nianji has already forgotten. She has completely and permanently forgotten." Then, he asked Qin Suan to close her eyes. This time, he finally succeeded. Qin Suan's wish seemed to have been fulfilled. There was a faint and satisfied smile on her lips. The young Lu Jin looked at her deeply. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped Qin Suan's face. Then, he put it on the door handle, opened the door, and walked out quickly. After he left, he quickly hacked into the He family security surveillance system and modified the video. The little girl came back to her senses and started to knock on the door. "Su, open the door. Su, open the door. Why didn't you come out?" She didn't seem to know why she was doing this, but she still desperately knocked on Qin Suan's bedroom door. Gu Nianji, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw Qin Suan's motionless body leaning against the bedroom door. She finally screamed and pounced on her recklessly. She had swallowed part of the system's AI source code, so she had a certain degree of control over the system. Behind the bedroom door, Gu Nianji half knelt on the ground and hugged Qin Suan tightly in her arms. She cried, "Mom! Mummy! Wake up! Wake up! I'm Nianji. I'm your little darling Nianji. Qin Suwen did not open her eyes. Her head hung limply in Gu Nianji's arms, and not long after, her image gradually blurred. Finally, like scattered fireflies, they disappeared in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at her empty arms and cried her heart out. She did not continue to cry. Instead, she knelt behind the bedroom door and covered her face with her hands. Tears flowed through her fingers and soaked the floor in front of her. Through the door, she could hear the little girl pounding on the door. She could also hear the little girl's childish voice, which was filled with anger and fear. Su-su. 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 This scene was exactly what Hijichu had told her before. Through the surveillance video, they found Qin Suwen collapsed inside the door. It was little Nianji who was the first to find her, however, none of them knew what had happened here. It was her childhood self who gave Qin Suwen the final fatal blow. Gu Nianji couldn't remember anything from before she was 12, but the name Su-su was embedded in the depths of her memory. She had never forgotten it. Lu Jin, who was under her control, stared blankly at this scene. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. In the first half of his life, he spent very little energy on relationships. Even though he had a crush on Qin Suwen for many years, it did not stop him from being obsessed with his own scientific research and experiments. The only thing he owed was to his daughter, Gu Nianji. Qin Suwen's death had shocked Lu Jin greatly. From then on, he had shifted all his energy to how to let his daughter, Gu Nianji, live a good life. However, he had never thought that the secret hidden in his heart would be found out one day. When he was in the other world, he would rather be hunted down by He Qingjian than reveal anything. But today, he had been careless and fallen into the AI's trap. He had exposed the secret he wanted to hide the most to the person he didn't want to expose the most. This blow was no less than seeing Qin Suwen die in front of him for the second time. Lu Jin clenched his fists tightly and desperately tried to think of something in his mind. He wanted to repeat the initial value of the exact solution of the Einstein field equation again in an attempt to restart the game again. But this time, he was no longer facing the system's AI, but Gu Nianji. His thoughts had caused countless errors and loopholes in the game system. Fortunately, he had already removed the system's AI's control over the players, so it did not affect the players who had already left the game. However, it was already impossible for the players to enter the game. The login had become an endless loop. The people inside could only come out, but not in. Not long after, there were only 2 players left in the entire online game, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. All the game's scenes had disappeared. The father and daughter were left in the game space that was like a black hole in the universe. Gu Nianji had lost the concept of time. She didn't know how long she had been in the game. She was extremely exhausted and finally relaxed her control over Lu Jin. When Lu Jin realized that he could speak, the first thing he said was, "Nianji, if you want to stay here for the rest of your life, I'll be with you. I can get your mother out right away." He looked at the pale Gu Nianji and enunciated each word, "Our family of 3 can live here forever." Gu Nianji slowly looked up at her father, who was also pale and thin. She finally said softly, "A family of 3. Living in an illusion forever. Dad, do you think Mom would want that?" Fortunately, she hadn't lost her mind. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "I don't care if it's an illusion or reality. I just want you to live and live happily. Do you think that just because you erased my memories, you can pretend that nothing happened?" Gu Nianji finally stood up with the help of the door. She had been kneeling for too long. When she stood up, her knees were shaking. "Nianji, I'm sorry." Lu Jin had 1,000 words in his heart, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say anything else other than, "I'm sorry." Could he tell her that because of Qin Yaoguang's 4-year experiment, she already had serious psychological problems at such a young age? Could he tell her that Qin Suan had quit her job to stay at home and take care of her full-time because she had discovered this serious problem? If he told Gu Nianji everything, it would be equivalent to another round of mental torture for her. Let her blame him. Lu Jin felt that he wasn't wrong, but he felt guilty, so he could only remain silent. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and didn't continue speaking. She raised her hand and waved it in front of her. She said calmly, "Let's go. We have to face what we have to face." When she opened her eyes again, the first thing Gu Nianji saw was Hua Xiaoheng's haggard face. She blinked. "Major General Hua. You're in the game too." Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her hand and tried his best to smile. A trace of tears flashed through his deep black eyes. "No. Nianji, you're awake. You're finally awake." Gu Nianji's consciousness slowly returned. She slowly looked around and realized that this was her bedroom, her suite in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Even in the game, she had never exposed this place. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she realized that there were even more people surrounding her. CEO Lu, Ms. Song, Chen Lai, Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, and Ma Qiqi, who was desperately covering her mouth. Gu Nianji's gaze slid across these people's faces. She smiled slightly and said, "You're here. I should be awake by now, right?" "You're awake, Nianji. It's been almost 10 days. It's been almost 10 days since the game was restarted." Ma Qiqi was the first to be unable to hold it in and sobbed. Gu Nianji smiled with some difficulty. "Oh, it's been so long." Her gaze slid across these people's faces again, as if she was looking for someone. Hua Xiaoheng understood what she was thinking. He sat sideways at the head of her bed and picked her up. He said, "Your father is over there." Gu Nianji sat up and saw Lu Jin. He stood alone in front of the window. The sun shone through the curtains, and Gu Nianji saw that there were already specks of white hair on his temples. The fastest website for mobile version, Chapter 2274. Gu Nianji slowly pursed her lips and held back the sourness in her heart. She remembered that Lu Jin's hair had always been dark and thick, without any white hair. But in just a few days, his temples were covered in frost. Gu Nianji knew why. She quietly looked at Lu Jin by the window. After a long time, she reached out to him. "Dad." Lu Jin had been uneasy and didn't know how to face Gu Nianji. He was worried too much, but his rationality told him that it was useless to worry, so he had been waiting for Gu Nianji to give him the final judgment. However, even though his rationality thought so, he was still suffering. Before he knew it, his hair had turned white. Of course, Lu Jin didn't care about this, but in the eyes of others, they thought he was too worried about Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji reached out her hand. Lu Jin closed his eyes and walked slowly towards her. He came to Gu Nianji's bedside and held her hand. He muttered, "Nianji, I'm sorry." Gu Nianji smiled weakly. "Dad, you didn't let me down. We let Mom down." Lu Jin's nose ached and he almost cried in public. At least he managed to hold it in. He had confirmed that no one had seen the scene in the game after he came out. Even Zhao Liangze had blocked the scenes related to Gu Nianji. But Gu Nianji had seen it. It was already the biggest blow to him. This was something he had sworn to Qin Suan that he would never let Gu Nianji know. He had broken his promise. Lu Jin felt very bad. He had let Gu Nianji down, and he had let Qin Suan down. He had always boasted that he was omnipotent, but this time, he had suffered such a huge setback. Lu Jin took a deep breath and lowered his head. "Yes, I let your mother down too. Scold me, you can punish me however you want." Gu Nianji didn't say anything. Lu Jin felt even more guilty and continued. I want to go back. When I go back, I'll guard your mother's grave and never do anything else for the rest of my life. He couldn't think of any other way to make up to Qin Suin. This was the only way. Hu Xiaoheng finally understood that there seemed to be some grudge between the father and daughter. It was also related to Nianji's biological mother, Qin Suin. He narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and advised, Nianji has just woken up, and her body is still a little weak. Uncle Lu, please think of a way to quickly nourish Nianji's body. Tomorrow is the wedding rehearsal. Gu Nianji's body trembled and she turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng in surprise. Wedding rehearsal? It's already time for the wedding rehearsal. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and kissed her temple. If you still don't wake up, I'll carry you to the wedding rehearsal. My sleeping beauty. In front of so many people, he unwittingly blurted out words of love. Gu Nianji blushed, but everyone in the room burst into laughter. Ma Qiqi clapped happily. Hua Xiao, I couldn't tell. Once a person who never said words of love said them, it was so safe that people couldn't take it. Nianji, quickly say that you want to marry him. Gu Nianji was instantly as sweet as honey, and her mood was as good as the weather in March. The trees that had been withered for the entire winter were sprouting green buds, the green grass was lush, and the flowers were blooming. Even the air was instantly filled with the scent of love. Lu Jin's attention was diverted when he heard this. He quickly said, no problem. I'm ready. Nianji, come, I'll change the nutrient solution in the infusion bottle for you to replenish your strength. Gu Nianji had been lying unconscious for so many days, relying on the glucose in the infusion bottle to maintain a sliver of life. Of course, her body was weak, but her spirit was excited. Lu Yuan could also see that there seemed to be a barrier between the father and daughter. He patted Lu Jin on the shoulder without batting an eyelid. General Lu, how can you leave? Nianji and Xiaoheng are about to hold their wedding. After the wedding, your little grandson might be born. Can you bear not to see your little grandson? Lu Jin glanced nervously at Gu Nianji's abdomen. He knew that she didn't have a child yet, but he couldn't help but think of the baby's white and chubby appearance. Gu Nianji had been especially cute when she was born. It was as if she hadn't experienced that ugly period that all newborn babies experienced. Would his little grandson be even cuter? Lu Jin realized that his thoughts had drifted away. As he changed the infusion bottle for Gu Nianji, he glanced at her again. Gu Nianji was both angry and amused. She drawled, Dad. Your little grandson is still nowhere to be seen. Besides, you're going back to guard your mother's grave. What does it have to do with you whether I have a child or not? Of course it has to do with me. Lu Jin blurted out. A woman giving birth is half a step into the gates of hell. Of course I have to watch you. After the child is born. He quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng again and smiled sheepishly. I still have to make up a primer for my grandson, then you're not leaving. Gu Nianji tightened her grip on Lu Jin's hand. She was even more nervous. Of course, she was worried that Lu Jin would suddenly disappear. This person had too many abilities and was impossible to guard against. Gu Nianji didn't want to never see him again. Lu Jin sensed Gu Nianji's nervousness and sighed softly. He patted her head. If you don't want me to leave, I won't leave. No one can chase me away. Gu Nianji nodded heavily. Yes, Dad. If you abandon me, our father-daughter relationship will end here. Gu Nianji looked around again and said, Where's my game helmet? Hu Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. You still want to play games? Haven't you had enough? Yeah, I almost lost my life. Nianji, you have to be more careful. Ma Qiqi also wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Gu Nianji smiled and glared at her. Qiqi, you're not allowed to undermine me. Lu Jin had already found the helmet and handed it to Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng, his words were actually no longer effective. Gu Nianji winked at him proudly and said with a sly smile, "A girl with a father is amazing. So what? Hit me if you're not convinced." She looked like she deserved a beating. Hu Xiaoheng was very satisfied when he saw that she had quickly regained her vitality, but he didn't show it. He flicked her forehead with his index finger. "These helmets are useless. It's okay to give them to you." Gu Nianji was stunned. "The helmets are useless." Lu Jin nodded. He wanted to say something, but his gaze swept around the room and he hesitated. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi understood and immediately left with Ma Qiqi and Chen Lai, leaving the room to Lu Yuan, Song Jining, Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, and Gu Nianji. Their level of security couldn't compare to these people's, and there were many things they couldn't listen to. After they left, Hu Xiaoheng turned off the listening device in the room and said to Gu Nianji calmly, "I destroyed the source chip of the system AI. These helmets can't be activated, so they're useless." Gu Nianji sighed and looked at the helmet in her hand. She picked it up and turned it around. "Your grandfather was really awesome." Song Jining smiled. "Nianji, did you discover something?" The person who had been trapped in the game for the longest time was Gu Nianji, and she was also the one who had fought the system AI directly. If there was anyone who knew the most about the entire system, it was Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded and looked at Lu Jin. She said slowly, "Dad, did you notice? What's the reason why this online game is so amazing and can create so many realistic game scenes, but the server hasn't crashed because of the increasing load on the system?" Lu Jin had gone in, so how could he not know the reason? He glared at Gu Nianji resentfully. "I don't want to say it." Gu Nianji, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently shook Lu Jin's hand and said, "The key to this online game is actually not its source code, nor is it its server, but..." Gu Nianji looked down at the helmet in her other hand. "It's this helmet. If I'm not wrong, this helmet is patented, and it uses the patent of Ms. Song's father, Mr. Song Haichuan's brainwave detector." Song Jining was suddenly enlightened. She hurriedly said, "So this MMORPG is basically reading the player's memories of a specific scene in their brains. Then it's converted into a visual image. Therefore, it didn't need a very large server configuration, and it didn't need to worry about the increasing load on the system. In other words, it just stimulated a person's brainwaves and made them play in the illusion. But, how does it communicate with other players?" Hu Xiaoheng had also played this game before, but he still had some things he didn't understand about the technology. Lu Jin then said, "Actually, there's another key. It's the 25 lines of source code from Elder Song. It has the function of connecting the player's brainwaves to the scene. In other words, if you think of each person's brainwaves as a separate room, these 25 lines of source code have the effect of tearing down the wall. It breaks down the barriers and boundaries of each person's memories, allowing everyone to communicate with each other. Of course, the main reason is that basically no players realize this problem, so there's no active resistance in the player's consciousness. If the players actively resist, it won't be able to tear down the wall." Gu Nianji nodded and said, "Because players don't have this consciousness, all their memories are open to the system's AI. It's like there's an app installed on your phone that maliciously steals your privacy. You've given it permission, so it can read all the contents of your phone without limit." Gu Nianji had long thought of this reason, so she didn't open up all her memories to the system's AI. This was also the reason why Gu Nianji had read the deepest secrets in Lu Jin's mind. He wasn't on guard against Gu Nianji, and because Gu Nianji had devoured a portion of the system's AI source code, her brainwaves had the ability to read other people's memories. That was why she had seen such a scene. Lu Jin looked at her with lingering fear and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Gu Nianji understood what he meant and smiled. Don't worry, my brainwaves are normal. When I return to reality, my brainwaves won't work. Only in the microscopic environment of the game system could she use a little of the system's AI's function. However, that kind of mechanical function was incompatible with human biological function. Gu Nianji woke up in reality. Her biological function had automatically erased the foreign species that she had devoured. This was the human body's self-saving function, and everyone had it. Lu Jin was still worried, so he gave Gu Nianji a comprehensive brain test. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that her brainwaves were completely normal and there were no abnormalities. After this torment, it was dawn the next day. That night was the wedding rehearsal, so Gu Nianji needed to conserve her energy. Hua Xiaoheng forced Gu Nianji and Lu Jin to separate so that Gu Nianji could have a good night's sleep. Before she fell asleep, she held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and asked softly, "Major General Hua, have there been any changes to the guest list?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and shook his head. "No, not a single one is missing." "That's good." Gu Nianji's lips curled into a faint smile, but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The fastest website for mobile version, M. Chapter 2275. About 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, it was a very narrow long tea house. The low paper door was half closed, and a woman wearing ancient Chinese clothing sat opposite the door. The wall behind her was bare. There were no photos, but there was a simple terracotta flower pot hanging against the wall. There was an elegant peony in the flower pot, with 3 flowers. They were the long-lost Yao Huang, Wei Zi, and Oh Bai. They bloomed quietly in this constant-temperature tea house. There was a luxurious Persian wool carpet on the floor, and a red glazed jade vase on the corner of the red sandalwood tea table. There was a white lily of the valley in the vase. On the tea table, there were no longer grass sticks, but 50 small mahogany sticks. The woman knelt in front of the tea table, looking at the hexagram drawn on the white paper in front of her. Lower Sun, Upper Qian, Shi hexagram. "Madam, what do you think of this hexagram?" "The 44th hexagram, Shi hexagram. Qian is the sky, Sun is the wind. There is wind in the world, blowing across the earth. Yin and yang meet, and all things flourish," the woman murmured. "Ah. Isn't it good for people who are getting married?" the middle-aged servant said uneasily. The woman sneered, "She is the meeting of yin and yang. But look at the specific hexagram, 5 yin and 1 yang. Yin flourishes, and yang declines. They can't live together for long. This marriage divination is not a good divination at all." The middle-aged servant was speechless. She glanced at the woman and said carefully, "But madam, you don't seem to be calculating marriage." The Tao of Yi moves according to the heart. How can I determine the range?" The woman put away the small mahogany stick. "Where is my grass stick? I want to read another hexagram." After changing to mahogany, it was not very stable. She felt that she should use grass to read it again. 10 minutes later, looking at the hexagram in front of her, she took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. It was still a Shi hexagram, 5 yin and 1 yang. Even the specific lines were the same. That's great. She stood up leisurely and stroked her hair that was tied up in a bun. Her expression was calm, and she stretched out her white arm. "Where's my dress? Are you ready? I have to attend a high-standard wedding rehearsal tonight. I don't want to miss it." She never regretted her decision. Men were not the only ones who understood the importance of family and country. Women were no worse than men. The hottest news in the Huaxia Empire recently was, of course, The Life You Want. Second Life, also known as Second Life, this was once a very popular large-scale online game. After being brought to an unprecedented climax by the sudden resurrection of the AI, he was once again reduced to ashes overnight. The shock it brought to the online community was unparalleled. It even overshadowed the popularity of the national couple, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's upcoming wedding. These two names had been on the hot search list for a long time. There was no longer anyone tracking the progress of wedding preparations 24 hours a day and predicting the style of wedding dresses. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Nianji woke up from her 10-day coma and was very happy to hear the news. If possible, she wanted her wedding to be small, warm, and intimate. She wanted to celebrate it with only the people she was familiar with. However, with Hua Xiaoheng's current status and identity, this was impossible. Moreover, her father, Lu Jin, would not let go of this opportunity to show off his daughter in front of the world. Therefore, she was willing to endure it and enjoyed it. When she woke up from a good sleep, she had recovered most of her energy. Her skin was fair and delicate, and a faint pink color seeped out from her flawless skin. It was more tender than a freshly peeled lychee. She sat in front of the dresser and faced a row of newly bought lipsticks. After a long time, she couldn't pick a suitable color. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against her dresser and leaned over to hold the back of her neck. He looked at her carefully for a while and said, "Let me help you." Gu Nianji thought that Hua Xiaoheng was going to choose a suitable lipstick color for her, so she quickly pouted. Her lips were perfectly shaped, and they were already very plump. When they pouted, they looked like a seductive kiss. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't wanted to choose a lipstick color for her, so he kissed her. He sucked on her lips and looked in the mirror as he kissed her. He didn't let go of her until a beautiful red color appeared. Gu Nianji looked at her lips that were almost swollen. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She beat Hua Xiaoheng's chest fiercely and said angrily, "How can I face people at night if you're like this?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and let her hit him. "What's wrong? You think the color isn't good? What's not good? I'll give you some more." As he spoke, he pretended to kiss her again. Gu Nianji quickly pushed him away and said angrily, "That's enough. Enough is enough." After pushing Hua Xiaoheng out, she returned to the dresser and looked at her lips again. She found that they were indeed good. No matter how beautiful the lipstick color was, it was dead. The color on her lips now was alive. It was the brightest touch of red in the first bloom of a peony, and it was also the rouge color that was reflected in the sky by the sunset glow. It bloomed quietly on her lips, and it was beautiful without any lipstick. It was a good complexion that no lipstick could bring out. Gu Nianji looked in the mirror for a while and felt that she really didn't need to put on lipstick anymore. She got up and went to the closet to get the dress that she had already customized. On the wide venue, rows of comfortable sofas, tables, and chairs were placed in a semi-arc. The guests had arrived early. They were holding red wine and food from the long dining tables around them. They ate and drank as they chatted casually. These were all carefully cooked by the world's top chefs, specially prepared for tonight's wedding rehearsal. Time ticked by. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng walked into the wedding rehearsal. The symphony orchestra hidden in the dark quickly played the wedding march. The guests quickly looked up and saw the bridegroom, Hua Xiaoheng, and the bridegroom, Gu Nianji, walking over on the red carpet. The newlyweds were too good-looking, and their temperament was outstanding, but they weren't superior. They made people envious, but also made people feel close to them. No one paid attention to the newlyweds' clothes and jewelry. All the jewelry Gu Nianji was wearing today was worth tens of millions of dollars, but it wasn't as eye-catching as her simple smile. Lu Jin walked over and looked around. Finally, he found a seat between Zhao Liangze and Chen Lai and sat down. He didn't sit next to Lu Yuan and Song Jining. Zhao Liangze and Chen Lai were full of admiration for him. When they saw him sitting next to them, they couldn't wait to serve him like a Buddha. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng walked in, but neither of them noticed. Lu Jin saw Gu Nianji's gaze sweep across the venue. Finally, it landed in a corner and stopped for a few seconds. Most of the guests sitting there had come in with invitations. For example, Ula Emma, who was born in India, grew up in London, studied in the United States, and suddenly became the largest federal military contractor in the United States at the age of 30. There was also Minako Yamaguchi, the president of Yamaguchi Corporation, who lived in the mountains of Ohio in the United States all year round. Of course, there was also the Chilean mining tycoon, who wore a dark purple cheongsam and had an elegant and virtuous temperament, like an orchid in an empty valley. Chapter 2276. Although it was a wedding rehearsal, the truly important guests, such as the Russian president, Mr. Pushin, and the three leaders of the Huaxia Empire, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai, were also present. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng walked over to greet them. President Pushin, it's an honor for you to attend our wedding rehearsal despite your busy schedule. Hu Xiaoheng rarely spoke politely. Pushin laughed and reached out to him. Since we're already here, it's good to earn another meal. He winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji pursed her lips into a smile and shook hands with President Pushin. She smiled and said, "We asked someone to prepare small bologna pancakes carefully baked by the world's top chefs, with salmon and sturgeon caviar from the Black Sea. Although it's a traditional Russian delicacy, the French chef also has a unique flavor." Gu Nianji also winked at President Pushin. This was Pushin's favorite snack. Of course, the source of the information was unknown. Pushin also smiled, two deep wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng took the opportunity to deal with General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai while Pushin brought a few KGB bodyguards to get the food. General Ji knew from beginning to end that Gu Nianji was in danger this time. Speaker Long knew a little about it, and Prime Minister Bai knew that something had happened to Gu Nianji, but he had no idea what had happened. However, Gu Nianji was now in high spirits. Her makeup was very light, but her good complexion was not something that could be embellished with makeup. He knew that it was probably not a big deal. Prime Minister Bai smiled and raised his glass. "Congratulations to the two of you." "Thank you, Prime Minister Bai." Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had a drink together. When Gu Nianji took a sip, she realized it was grape juice again. She secretly glared at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng pretended not to see it and chatted happily with General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai. After a while, after the greetings, the newcomer returned to his seat. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's seats were in the middle of the entire seating area, which was also the point in the semicircle. Generally speaking, the temperature in the capital at the end of autumn had already begun to drop. However, this year's autumn weather was more severe. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's wedding rehearsal was held in a square surrounded by buildings. It was a place sheltered from the wind. In order to worry about the cold wind at night, Lu Jin even designed a blower here. It blew out a natural warm wind, neutralizing the slight coolness of the late autumn night. The temperature was just right, just like in the lobby of a building with a central air conditioner. However, it didn't have the natural oppressive feeling of an indoor environment. After Gu Nianji sat down, she quickly glanced at all the guests and turned to whisper to Hu Xiaoheng, "General Hu didn't come." Hu Xiaoheng grunted. "He's busy today, so he'll be attending tomorrow." They were father and son after all, so Gu Nianji didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to have regrets. "That's good." Gu Nianji smiled at him and made him a small pancake. She carefully spread the sturgeon caviar from the Black Sea on it. Because Hu Xiaoheng didn't like to eat salmon, Gu Nianji didn't put salmon in it. She only put 2 pieces of mushroom and passed it to him. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and ate it. The guests laughed as soon as they met the newlyweds and began to show off their affection. The atmosphere began to heat up, and the symphony orchestra hidden in the dark began to play more cheerful music. Some people had even started to leave the stage and start dancing on the central field. Men and women were in pairs, singing and laughing. Not long after, the atmosphere reached a climax. As the MC, Yin Shixiang began to organize the live activities. One of them was to play the process of the newlyweds getting to know and falling in love. The flower bud-shaped street lamps around the square gradually went out, and several 3D image players placed according to optical principles released projections together. In front of everyone, the 3D images of Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji appeared, just like real people. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Then, the 3D projections began to act out Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng like a small theater. It didn't involve any secrets, just some warm scenes of the two of them spending time together. Of course, there were also explosive scenes, such as every time Gu Nianji went to the kitchen, there were guards waiting with fire extinguishers, the guests present laughed kindly, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. At the end of the small theater, the 3D projection of Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng exchanged rings and kissed each other's cheeks. Just as the two of them turned around and bowed in the direction of the guests in front of them, they looked up again. The image of the man beside Gu Nianji suddenly changed. It was no longer Hu Xiaoheng's 3D projection, but a handsome young man. He was thin and not as tall and strong as Hu Xiaoheng, but he had a stubborn youthful spirit. The handsome young man looked ahead in silence and said, "Gu Nianji, you set up a trap to kill me. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" The wedding rehearsal venue, which had been filled with laughter just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent. The warm wind created by the blower was still swirling above the square. On a night at the end of autumn, this little bit of warmth wasn't enough to make everyone sweat. But now, many people felt their backs were drenched in sweat. There was actually such a mistake at the wedding rehearsal venue of the Huaxia Empire's commander. Hu Xiaoheng still sat there without moving, but Gu Nianji had already stood up as if she couldn't hold it in anymore. She said coldly, "What's going on? What else could be going on?" The pre-recorded video was hacked. Ivan, the driver, who was sitting behind President Pushin's group, sneered. What was worse was that he was speaking Mandarin, which he had just learned not long ago. Although his tone was a little strange, his pronunciation was still very accurate. The second in command of the KGB, Vladimir, stared at him with a death gaze. The driver glared back at him. Did I say something wrong? He had been slandered by others. You don't think that the Queen of the Red Envelope, Miss Gu, would really set up a trap to kill me, do you? Shut up. Vladimir just wanted to wipe his sweat and kick this unruly person twice. Gu Nianji looked at the 3D image in front of her and said, "Don't turn it off. I want to see who's behind it." She walked out from behind her seat and looked at the 3D image for a while. She said, "Can you remove my image? I don't want to appear with this person." This was more difficult, but Lu Jin was here. No matter how difficult it was, he would do it for her. Therefore, Lu Jin made a move so that only the unfamiliar young man was left in the 3D image. Of course, to Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin, this man was no stranger. This was the haunting Ishihara Taro. You said I set up a trap to kill someone, so I killed someone. When did the cost of charging someone with murder become so low? Gu Nianji raised her hand and smoothed a strand of her long hair behind her back. She looked radiant. The criteria for filing a case for intentional homicide are, first of all, the objective fact that another person's life has been taken away. Second, you have to prove that the accused suspect is directly related to the deprivation of another person's life. And now, what's the point of playing this little trick other than to disgust me? The 3D projection of Ishihara Taro only repeated, Gu Nianji, you set up a trap to kill me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? It was like a repeater. Chapter 2277. Hu Xiaoheng stood up from his seat and frowned. Who was in charge of the video footage? How did it get hacked? Under his jurisdiction, they were still able to hack into their system. This ability was extraordinary. Hu Xiaoheng's words were completely out of habit, and he hadn't thought of anything else. However, to Gu Nianji, these words were like enlightenment. It was as if the Ren and Du meridians had been opened up. Gu Nianji suddenly turned around and swept her gaze across all the guests. The sky was already dark, and the square was only illuminated by the street lamps overhead. However, there were colorful lights around, reflecting the bright moon and starlight. It should have been exceptionally moving. But at this moment, when they were met by Gu Nianji's gaze, it was as if an icicle had suddenly fallen from a mountain stream and hit their heads. Those who were more timid were already shivering in fear. Gu Nianji's lips curled into a smile. She hadn't even taken the initiative to cause trouble, but they actually dared to cause trouble in front of her. There were so many people attending her wedding rehearsal, but she and Hu Xiaoheng had only paid attention to a few people. Gu Nianji walked up to Zhao Liangze and said, "Give me the remote control and control platform." Zhao Liangze's face was flushed red. He handed the remote control and a tablet computer to her embarrassedly and muttered, "Nianji, I'm sorry." He was in charge of the video and network system here, but there had been such a mistake in front of the Lu general he admired the most. Zhao Liangze wished he could find a hole to hide in. Gu Nianji smiled good-naturedly and said, "Brother Zhe, I don't blame you. If it weren't for the oversight, we wouldn't have had this big show to watch." Zhao Liangze forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Lu Jin was also very angry, but seeing that Gu Nianji was so easy to talk to, he wasn't angry anymore. Gu Nianji turned around and left. Chen Lai was still puzzled. Why did Nianji suddenly have such a good temper? She has a good temper. Of course not. Lu Jin raised his head proudly. Don't I know what my girl's temper is like? That was because she had to be strong in all four corners. If others bullied her, she would definitely fight back at the first possible moment. So how could she have a good temper when her wedding rehearsal was ruined? How naive. After Gu Nianji left their table, she returned to her seat and connected the remote control to her tablet computer. She quickly searched for the 3D projector's log. As she checked, she said to the people on the stage through her Bluetooth headset, "Dear guests, I'm sorry for the embarrassment. Since someone wants to make trouble at my wedding rehearsal today, I'll take this opportunity to give everyone a big show. Consider it as compensation for the mental damage everyone suffered tonight. There's a show to watch." That was great. I love watching dramas. Ivan, the driver on the Russian president's side, screamed and put his thumb in his mouth, making a high-pitched cheering sound. Many people came back to their senses and looked at each other. They also began to look forward to it. No matter what the sudden appearance of the 3D projection of the young man was, they were all very interested to see how Gu Nianji would resolve this huge public relations crisis. Gu Nianji's slender fingers danced like butterflies on the keyboard of the tablet computer. Soon, she found the log and deduced, the projector we use today has a remote login device, but it's not connected to the outside network. Therefore, the target people who hacked into the 3D projector were narrowed down to the people present today. As she spoke, she raised her head and pursed her lips into a smile. To hack into our projection equipment, you'd need at least a handheld device. So, anyone who played with their phones today will be our suspects. When Gu Nianji said this, the people who had been bored and flipping through their phones suddenly became nervous. Gu Nianji connected the tablet computer to the projector again and played the image she had just found. Everyone, please take a look. The people who came to the scene today have played with their phones. She let these people out one by one. When the guests saw themselves appearing as 3D projections, they all smiled awkwardly but politely. We can see that a total of 18 people have played with their phones. So the person who hacked into our projector is among these 18 people. Gu Nianji held the remote control and used the elimination method to check the 18 people one by one. Among these 18 people, 15 of their phones didn't have Wi-Fi enabled, nor did they connect to our projector, so they can also be eliminated. The remaining 3 people's phones were connected to our projector. Because it needed to be remotely controlled, the 3D projector had a built-in Bluetooth function that allowed others to connect to it. Gu Nianji stood up with the remote control and walked towards Ula Emma, Minako Yamaguchi, and Kinanhara. Ms. Ula, may I ask why you connected to our 3D projector? The first person Gu Nianji asked was actually Ula Emma. Ula blinked in surprise. My phone is only automatically looking for Wi-Fi. It found your 3D projector, but I don't know the password. How can I connect it? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, that's right. Although your phone is logged into the 3D projector, you can't get in without the password. It shouldn't be you. As she spoke, she walked past Ula Emma and stopped in front of Minako Yamaguchi. Gu Nianji's expression gradually became serious, and her fingers tapped on the table in front of her. Ms. Minako Yamaguchi, why did you hack into our 3D projector? Minako Yamaguchi was nervous, but still sat up straight. She spoke in Japanese to show that she didn't understand Chinese. Gu Nianji asked her again in English. Minako Yamaguchi had lived in Ohio for many years, so she couldn't pretend not to understand English. She could only keep a straight face. After a while, she said in English, I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Gu Nianji raised a brow. There are traces of your phone in my log. Why don't you take out your phone and let me see the model? Why should I show you my phone? Minako Yamaguchi immediately refused. That's my privacy. Unless you go to the police and get a search warrant, don't even think about making me hand over my phone. So determined. Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at her with a smile. Then I have no choice but to call the police. As Gu Nianji spoke, she took out her phone and pretended to dial while watching the people in front of her from the corner of her eye. Just as she was about to dial the number, her fingers stopped. Because she didn't miss the flash of joy on Yuan Jinan's face next to Minako Yamaguchi. Gu Nianji's expression darkened as she walked directly to Yuan Jinan's side. Holding the tablet, she leaned forward slightly and said dryly, Ms. Yuan, is this game fun? Yuan Jinan looked puzzled. What game? That's the game. Gu Nianji spread her arms. Holding the tablet in one hand and the phone in the other, she briskly spun in a circle. Your life, or second. Life. As soon as Gu Nianji's voice fell, the buzzing crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone was all too familiar with the name of the game. The recent hot topic was the large-scale online game Your Life, which caused a fatal AI incident. Life, or second. Life. What did it have to do with Yuan Jinan? Many people's faces were filled with undisguised question marks. Gu Nianji spun in a circle and stood in front of Yuan Jinan. She smiled gently and reservedly. Ms. Yuan Jinan, you really played your cards well. Yuan Jinan didn't seem to have expected Gu Nianji to have such a leap in thought. After a while, she frowned and said, Miss Gu, please be careful with your words. I thought you were looking for the person who hacked into your 3D projector and destroyed your wedding video. Gu Nianji laughed a little. Yes, it's not contradictory. She switched the remote control to her hand and raised her hand to press it. The images of the guests just now disappeared, and the handsome man who had been asking Gu Nianji if his conscience hurts reappeared. To be able to hack into our 3D projector requires a very high level of computer networking skills. Gu Nianji began to reason again. And the mastermind behind the large-scale online game also happens to have a high level of computer networking skills, so there are similarities between the two. Yuan Jinan seemed to be so angry at Gu Nianji that she laughed. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, "According to what you said, all the people in the world who have a high level of computer networking skills could be the hackers who hacked into your 3D projector, or they could be the mastermind behind the large-scale online game. Do you think that's possible?" Such a crude level of reasoning really doesn't seem like Miss Gu's usual behavior. Is it because you're getting married and having a child that you became stupid 3 years early? Gu Nianji quietly listened to her, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes again. "Ms. Yuan, would you believe me if I said that you've exposed yourself?" She put down the tablet and knocked on the table in front of Yuan Jinan. At that moment, Gu Nianji felt like she was back in court, trying to pry open the door to the truth from the other party's words. Yuan Jinan snorted coldly. "If you want to bully others and use your power for personal gain, do as you please. I still have to say that my phone didn't log into your 3D projector. If you don't believe me, you can check your login log in my phone. So I can't be the hacker at the scene. If you think that people with a high level of computer networking skills are the hackers who hacked into your 3D projector and the mastermind behind the large-scale online game, then you've hit too many people with one blow." "Many? I don't think so." Gu Nianji folded her hands behind her back, making her slender back look especially straight. "Ms. Yuan Jinan, I already said that you've exposed yourself, but you still don't believe me. You have to say that the more you say, the more mistakes you make." She took 2 steps forward and approached the edge of the table in front of Yuan Jinan. She said crisply, "First of all, your phone didn't appear in my login log, but your phone logged into Ms. Yamaguchi Minako's phone next to you. If you don't believe me, we can check Ms. Yamaguchi Minako's phone to see if there's any trace of your phone logging in." Yuan Jinan was slightly taken aback. Next to her, Yamaguchi Minako dropped her phone on the ground out of reflex. Gu Nianji completely ignored her and glanced at her contemptuously. She then said to Yuan Jinan, "Secondly, everyone knew that something happened to the large-scale online game because the system's AI suddenly gained self-awareness and seized control of the management. I deliberately said that there was a mastermind behind the large-scale online game, but you didn't refute my statement immediately. Instead, you followed my reasoning. Ms. Yuan Jinan, everyone knew that the large-scale online game's fatal crisis was caused by the system's AI. What kind of person would subconsciously agree with my statement and think that there was a mastermind behind the large-scale online game?" Yuan Jinan's pupils suddenly shrank. She could almost imagine what Gu Nianji would say next. Sure enough, Gu Nianji didn't give her any chance to refute. She continued. "Only the real mastermind behind the scenes would infer that my words are not valid from this perspective, and not directly deny my statement. Because this is a natural psychological misunderstanding of criminals. Now I can conclude that there really is a human behind the large-scale online game's fatal crisis with the system's AI. And the human behind the scenes is you, Ms. Yuan Jinan." Gu Nianji had been thinking about this question when she was trapped in the game. The system's AI did have a certain degree of autonomy, but it wasn't time for it to truly become sentient. After she came out and confirmed that the key to the game was actually in the patented helmet, Gu Nianji was even more certain of her own thoughts. As Gu Nianji spoke, she gestured to Lu Jin and asked him to send her the video recorded through the system's AI perspective in the game. These were all prepared in advance. Lu Jin quickly sent them over. Gu Nianji connected the tablet computer and used the 3D projector to play it again. "Everyone, please take a look. These images were taken by the tracking system's AI vision in the large-scale online game using a special method." In the spacious square, everyone saw a very realistic 3D scenery documentary. The vegetation and scenery couldn't be seen clearly in the dim yellow earth, but thick lines gradually appeared. Some were straight lines, some were triangles, some were rectangles, and some were ovals. They weren't very standard, and the lines were very rough. But gradually, they formed images. They were like totems of sacrifices in ancient times, with a primitive and vigorous life force. Gu Nianji explained from the side, "This is a special scenic spot on the Blue Planet, the Nazca Line in Peru." Next, everyone saw a huge landmark, a giant stone statue. The 15 stone statues stood side by side, looking forward in solitude. A sense of history, as if they were thinking of the long passage of time between heaven and earth, and weeping in sorrow, overwhelmed them. Gu Nianji continued with the narration, "This is Chile's Easter Island. These stone statues on the island are called moai by the local natives. They used to be used for sacrifices, but now they have become a famous tourist attraction on the entire Blue Planet. Everyone, don't you think this perspective is very interesting? Now you're no longer looking down at the Nazca Line from a high vantage point, but looking up, just like standing at the feet of these moai giant stone statues and looking up." After a while, the sea that was so blue that it was almost transparent disappeared. The grayish-black abstract moai stone statues were also gone. In their place was a sea of colors. There was an orange-yellow that was as bright as the most dazzling gold, an unrestrained bright red, a cold bright blue, a grassland-like green, a romantic lavender purple, and a black and white zebra. It was so colorblind that one's eyes would become colorblind. There was also the sound of cheerful music. It was a unique samba dance. There were also people in revealing clothes swaying on the street. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. Everyone looked drunk as if they had drunk 2 liters of vodka. They couldn't control their body movements and were excited to the fullest. Gu Nianji's voice also became excited. "I don't need to say this, right? This is Brazil's carnival." She pressed the stop button and turned to look at the guests across the semi-arc-shaped venue. She smiled and said, "When I saw these videos taken from the perspective of the system's AI, I was wondering why this AI would be interested in these scenes. Now I understand. These scenes are all in South America. Peru and Chile border each other, and Brazil represents many people's impression of South America. In particular, Brazil's carnival. Almost everyone who goes to South America will go to Brazil's carnival. It's also the favorite festival for many foreigners who have lived in South America for many years. All of this means that a large part of someone's memory is occupied by South America. And among the 3 female guests, who has the closest relationship with South America?" Gu Nianji turned to look at Yuan Jinan. Of course it's only Ms. Yuan Jinan, the Chilean tycoon whose family owns mines. When you controlled the system AI, did you know that the system AI also took the opportunity to read part of your memories and display them in the game? Gu Nianji's clear voice was so powerful that Yuan Jinan almost jumped out of her seat in shock. Chapter 2278. Ms. Yuan Jinan, I didn't expect you to be a hidden computer expert. Gu Nianji applauded Yuan Jinan a few times. You're slandering me. Yuan Jinan bit her lip and refused to admit Gu Nianji's accusation. Gu Nianji had suffered a huge setback in the game this time, but she had also gained a lot. This feeling was even more obvious after she had devoured part of the system's AI source code. The clues that she couldn't figure out before were connected because of Hu Xiaoheng's words. Gu Nianji felt that she had already deduced the hidden truth behind it. I'm slandering you. Gu Nianji smiled slightly. She had come prepared, so how could she have no proof? Then let's look at the evidence. Gu Nianji suddenly turned around and took out her phone. She typed a few times and summarized the information that Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng had sent her. She connected it to the tablet computer and the 3D projector in the center of the square. The first thing Gu Nianji played was the tragic car accident on the highway that Hu Xiaoheng and the others had filmed with satellite tracking. It was Ishihara Taro's attempt to use chaos mathematics to set up a trap to kill Gunyenji. In the end, he had been used by her and shot himself in the foot. Everyone can see that Ishihara Taro's death was clearly his own fault. He deserved it. What does it have to do with me? I almost became his victim. Gunyenji pursed her lips and faced Yuan Jinan. You've been pursuing this car accident investigation. You didn't even let go of any opportunity to investigate this car accident in the game. You even deliberately hacked into my wedding video today and accused me of setting up a trap to kill Ishihara Taro. Tell me, why are you so upset about Ishihara Taro's death, and why are you pursuing it so relentlessly? Hu Xiaoheng and Gunyenji had long suspected Yuan Jinan, but because they hadn't gathered enough information, they hadn't made a move. They had only convinced the second-in-command of the Russian State Security, KGB, Vladimir, and the driver, Ivan, to help them put on a show to trick Yuan Jinan into the trap. As expected, Yuan Jinan had fallen for his trap, allowing Hu Xiaoheng to grasp even more clues. From there, his subordinates in the field followed the clues and gathered this historical information that had almost been completely destroyed a long time ago. Gunyenji stood diagonally across from Yuan Jinan and said with a smile, "Everything in this world leaves traces behind. The internet also has memories. It's not like everyone doesn't remember things after more than a decade." After saying that, she looked at the square not far away. Let's continue watching. It was still a life-size 3D projection. It was like watching a 3D movie, but it was more realistic and did not require special glasses. The next 3D image that everyone saw was of a study. The solid wood floor was so shiny that it reflected one's reflection, and the furniture cabinets were built along the walls. On the east wall hung a family photo. The people inside were all wearing kimonos. There were a total of 5 people in the family photo. Gunyenji enlarged the photo and used the laser illumination device on the remote control to point and introduce them one by one. This is a family photo. The people in this photo are Ishihara Wakashi, Ishihara Wakashi's wife, their son Ishihara Bai-san, Ishihara Bai-san's wife, and Ishihara Bai-san's wife is holding a little baby in her arms. That's Ishihara Taro. This little baby Ishihara Taro will grow up to be the young man who was slandered in my wedding video and kept asking me if my conscience would hurt like a repeater. I can tell you with certainty, Ms. Yuan Jinan, that not only will my conscience not hurt, but it will even make me happy and sing a song about it. Why? Because I didn't do anything wrong. I have a clear conscience. Yuan Jinan did not react. Her gaze was completely attracted by the enlarged family photo. Not only was she focused on it, but her expression was also almost greedy. There were also faint tears in her eyes. Gunyenji was slightly taken aback, but then she realized it and felt a little bad. She instinctively looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze was calm and composed. Sitting there, he exuded a dignified aura, like a mountain that could protect her. When Gunyenji met Hu Xiaoheng's gaze, it was as if she had been recharged and revived. She shook her head slightly and continued, "Let me first introduce who the Ishihara Wakashi family is. 100 years ago, the Ishihara family was just an ordinary family in Chiyoda village, Wonwu Prefecture, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. But this family produced a famous person called Ishihara Shiro. According to Japan's census, Ishihara Shiro has an illustrious identity. He used to be a lieutenant general in the Japanese army and the head of the Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Department of the Guangdong Army. In other words, he was a notorious numerical unit. It was this Ishihara Shiro who conducted research on bacterial biological weapons in the Hua-Xia Empire during World War II. Then, he used the data of the bacterial biological weapons, which contained the blood and lives of our people, to privately trade with the United States. That was how he escaped the International Court of Justice's judgment as a war criminal. After World War II, Ishihara Shiro founded the Ishihara Corporation. When the Xia Empire opened up, the Ishihara Corporation was one of the first Japanese companies to come to China. And this Ishihara Shiro is the father of Ishihara Wakashi in this family photo. He is also Ishihara Baisan's grandfather and Ishihara Taro's great-grandfather. After Ishihara Shiro passed away, Ishihara Wakashi took over as the president of the Ishihara Corporation and brought this company to greater heights. Ishihara Wakashi himself was not outstanding, but he had an outstanding father and an outstanding son. Ishihara Wakashi's son, Ishihara Baisan, was once a young genius in Japan. At a young age, he led Japan's research on high-energy magnetic resonance and single-handedly supported the entire high-energy magnetic field project in Japan. Ishihara Baisan and the Chinese genius, Gu Xiangwen, were accepted as disciples by the most famous physicist in the United States. However, no matter how impressive Ishihara Baisan was, he was always surpassed by Gu Xiangwen. Later, after Gu Xiangwen made a major technological discovery, Ishihara Baisan was provoked and felt that he had no hope of surpassing him. He was so jealous that he chose to commit seppuku in the end. After he died, he left behind an orphan and a widow, Ishihara Taro, who was also known as a genius, and his wife. Ishihara Taro was known as a genius since he was young, and he was indeed very smart. Let me introduce a bit of Ishihara Taro's resume to everyone. He started university at the age of 13 and skipped grades consecutively. He graduated at the age of 15 and began studying for his MD and PhD consecutively. This kind of degree usually takes 8 years to graduate, but Ishihara Taro finished it in 3 years. He was only 18 at the time. Gu Nianji knew so clearly because she had investigated Ishihara Taro before and coincidentally discovered that Ishihara Taro seemed to be following Gu Xiangwen's resume. When Gu Xiangwen started university, when he got his master's degree, and when he started studying for his PhD, Ishihara Taro would be exactly 1 year younger than him at that time. Could there be such a coincidence? Of course not. Too many coincidences would only prove that everything was arranged by someone. At that moment, Gu Nianji's laser pointer landed on the family photo of the gentle and quiet Japanese woman sitting next to Ishihara Baisan. We all thought that Ishihara Taro was so smart because he had a genius father, Ishihara Baisan. That's right, but it's also wrong. That's because a child's IQ is mostly determined by the mother, especially a boy's IQ. Therefore, we couldn't overlook another important candidate. That was Ishihara Baisan's wife, who had always been a nobody. She was also Ishihara Taro's mother. We had neglected this woman for a while, but when we remembered to investigate, we discovered that this woman's information seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. It had disappeared without a trace. The Ishihara family's residence ticket stated that she had already passed away, but why couldn't we find anything about a dead person's past? Who her father was, who her mother was, which family she came from, which surname she was, which hospital she was born in, where she had been treated, where she had been vaccinated. We searched through all the information, but there were no clues at all. That's a little too much to hide. It's a little too obvious. How could an ordinary Japanese woman's past information disappear after she died? Gu Nianji turned around with a smile and her gaze landed on Yuan Jinan. Mrs. Yuan, or should I call you Mrs. Ishihara Kana? Yuan Jinan finally came back to his senses and turned to look at Gu Nianji. What are you talking about? I don't understand you at all. You're saying that I'm Kana Ishihara. That's too funny. Look at the photo. How do I look like her? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. You're sure that you destroyed all your previous blood samples and dental records? Also, because you were an orphan with unknown parents since you were young, and Ishihara Taro was burned to ashes, we have no way of using DNA to verify your identity, right? She shook her head. You're still too inexperienced. Come, let me show you a craniofacial reconstruction technique that isn't new. Gu Nianji had used this technique to expose Qin Yaoguang's plot to steal Qin Suwen's appearance in the other world. Soon, the 3D projector zoomed in on the photo of Ishihara Baisan's wife, who was also Ishihara Taro's mother. Then, Gu Nianji asked someone to turn off the lights in the square. She brought over an instrument and aimed it at Yuan Jinan's face to scan. The three-dimensional image of Yuan Jinan's skull was scanned and appeared in the light and shadow effects created by the 3D projector. Everyone, look. You can see what Yuan Jinan originally looked like by restoring her skull. Yes, everyone, don't be surprised. Yuan Jinan had plastic surgery. Not only did she have plastic surgery, but she also used the most advanced biological cosmetic surgery method. Therefore, even X-rays can't reveal the prosthesis on her face. As Gu Nianji explained, the craniofacial reconstruction technique quickly outlined Yuan Jinan's original appearance. Everyone was surprised to find that Yuan Jinan's original appearance was exactly the same as Ishihara Baisan's wife in the photo of Ishihara Baisan. The two photos floated side by side in the square and kept rotating. No matter which angle you looked at them from, you could see them clearly. Gu Nianji let everyone admire them for a while before ordering someone to turn on the lights in the square again. She said, "Now everyone knows very well that Ms. Yuan Jinan's true identity is the daughter-in-law of the Ishihara family, Ishihara Baisan's wife, and Ishihara Taro's mother. Now everyone understands why Ms. Yuan Jinan is so concerned about Ishihara Taro's death and why she's so persistent in tracking down the murderer, right?" Chapter 2279. The guests in the square were all people who had seen the world, but it was also amazing that Yuan Jinan could go to such an extent in order to avenge her son. Yuan Jinan looked flustered, but she still said stubbornly, "I don't know what you're talking about. You're the same person just by looking at them. You're a lawyer. How can you treat human life like grass? You're wrong." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "I can't treat human life like grass. At most, I'll take you to court and let the court sentence you. But I'm sure you're Ishihara Taro's mother. Of course, there's other evidence. You're right. Just looking at them isn't enough to convince the public, and it can't be used as evidence in court." Gu Nianji paused. "So just now, I was just showing everyone my reasoning process." As Gu Nianji spoke, she suddenly turned to sit on the other side. Facing Lu Yuan and Song Jining, she asked Lu Yuan first, "CEO Lu, do you know Miss Song's English name?" Lu Yuan was stunned. "English name? Do you have an English name?" He turned to look at Song Jining, who was sitting next to him. Song Jining was also stunned. She thought about it and said, "I used an English name when I was studying abroad. After I graduated from my doctorate and returned to China, I never used it again." She smiled and said, "No one in China knows my English name. When I publish papers internationally, I use my Chinese name in pinyin." "Really?" Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "Then is your English name Chloe?" Song Jinning's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "I haven't used this name for more than 20 years. Gu Nianji blinked meaningfully and turned to ask Yuan Jinan, "Ms. Yuan, tell me, how did you know Miss Song's English name?" Yuan Jinan seemed very surprised and said subconsciously, "How did you know I knew her English name?" "It's very simple." Gu Nianji spread her hands. "In the game, when you used the NPC CEO Lu to encourage me to go out, I said that Miss Song would be unhappy. But you immediately said that Chloe wouldn't. She likes you so much, why would she care about this? Do you remember that I specifically asked you to confirm whether Miss Song's English name is Chloe?" Yuan Jinan's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly as he said with annoyance, "I never expected that you would be so cunning." "Same here." Gu Nianji shrugged. "That's very clear. When you were young, you must have studied at the same university in the United States as Ms. Song, but you should have been in different grades. Because Ms. Song obviously has no impression of you, and she doesn't know you. But to be able to be Ms. Song's classmate, you must be quite capable. But to this day, we only know of Ms. Song's reputation in the international particle physics community, but you are unknown. You even faked your death in the Ishihara family and ran away to become the heir of the Ishihara family in Chile. How interesting. Yuan Jinan pursed his lips disapprovingly. What's so strange about that? My maiden name is Ishihara. My husband is dead, so why should I stay in the Ishihara family? Of course I have to go back to my parents' home. As for university, Yuan Jinan revealed a disappointed expression. That was something that happened many, many years ago. Let's not talk about it. Oh. Then you admit that you're the mastermind behind the online game system AI. Gu Nianji changed the topic and actually came back to it. Do you know how many deaths you've caused? How much damage have you caused to various countries? It's not something that you can make up for by blaming it all on the AI. Yuan Jinan knew that she wouldn't be able to escape today, so she might as well give up. She sneered and said, anyway, this is your home court, so you can say whatever you want. But I'm warning you, I have dual citizenship in Chile and the United States. Please think twice before you act against me. You don't have to worry about that. Gu Nianji waved her hand. Take her away and wait for the police to detain her. Manipulating a large-scale online game to cause many deaths and huge financial losses, as well as hacking into my wedding rehearsal venue and invading my personal privacy. Ms. Yuan Jinan, no matter which one it is, it's enough to make you suffer. Yuan Jinan still wanted to speak, but Hu Xiaoheng's two female field agents twisted her arms and restricted her freedom of movement. She looked up abruptly and glared at Gu Nianji. Her gaze was very complicated. Other than fear and sadness, there was also a trace of indescribable malice and joy. Gu Nianji glanced at her and glared back coldly. Comparing the size of her eyes, she wasn't afraid at all. Hu Xiaoheng had been observing Yuan Jinan's movements without batting an eyelid. Seeing that she was looking at Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng walked to Gu Nianji's side and said softly, sit down first. Leave this to me. Gu Nianji was a little surprised, but Hu Xiaoheng was never someone who spoke without thinking. She immediately said, okay, I'll go down and drink some water first. She had been talking for a long time, and her mouth was almost dry. She also needed to rest. After Gu Nianji went down, Hu Xiaoheng walked to Yuan Jinan and said, don't you plan to cover up a little before the police arrive? Ms. Ishihara Jinan. Or should I say, Lady Akina? Upon hearing the words, ah Wei, the vicious and joyful smile on Yuan Jinan's face suddenly froze. It was like a layer of plaster on a sculpture, stiff and hard. Hu Xiaoheng's face was expressionless. He calmly put his hands behind his back and said, your family's surname isn't Yuan at all, but Ah Wei. Ishihara is your husband's surname. Ah Wei is your father's surname. Your father, Wei Daisuke, was the founder of the Japanese Self-Defense Force's strongest spy agency, the Shadow Force. And you, Ah Wei Daisuke, were your father's most outstanding student. Yuan Jinan's face was ashen, and she almost couldn't stand. If Hu Xiaoheng's two female field agents hadn't clamped down on her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly. Are you surprised? Ms. Ah Wei. You and your father are of Japanese-Chinese origin. It's considered one of the oldest aristocratic families in Japan, and you also have a complete Chinese bloodline. You even know this. Major General Hua, it seems that I still underestimated your strength. Yuan Jinan finally calmed down after the extreme shock. At this moment, she was completely different from before. She was calm, composed, and had a resolute expression. She didn't look like a little woman who had lost her parents at all. She stood straight and upright, as if she was standing in a military posture. Not pretending anymore. Hua Xiaoheng walked around her and smiled slightly. That's more like it. Ms. Wei, I hope you are a worthy opponent. I've led the Special Operations Forces for so many years, and the number of people I admire can be counted on one hand. You are definitely one of them, and the only female spy. Yuan Jianan smiled slightly. Major General Hua, you flatter me. Actually, we both work for different masters, and I also admire you very much. Now that I'm not as skilled as you, I won't say anything. Is that so? Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Just saying that we both work for different masters and that we're not as skilled as you can cover up the crazy things you've done. You manipulated the system's AI and almost caused the deaths of tens of millions of people. You don't seem to feel guilty at all. Why should I feel guilty? Yuan Jianan shook her head in amusement. That AI with autonomous consciousness was indeed born from the source code of your scientist, Song Haichuan. What does that have to do with me? You're putting too much on me. Ms. Wei, we're all experts, so don't pretend to lie. Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, you and I both know that it's impossible to produce such a powerful artificial intelligence with only the source code. You combined the 25 lines of source code with Mr. Song Haichuan's brainwave detector and invented the fatal helmet, which was the real medium for the birth of artificial intelligence. It seems that Major General Hua is also a computer expert. Yuan Jianan said faintly, we didn't even know about this. However, now that she said it, the whole world probably knew about it. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't care that the whole world knew that he was a computer expert now, because after the wedding, he would officially leave the Special Operations Forces and move from behind the scenes to the front, preparing to take over General Ji's position. Therefore, he remained calm and said in a low voice, Ms. Wei, you don't have to worry about passing the information. You'd better think about your own situation. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he suddenly changed the topic, and his calm tone became sharp. Ever since you started studying overseas, you've been working for the Japanese Self-Defense Forces spy agency, the Shadow Force. Your first mission is to get in touch with Mr. Song Haichuan, an outstanding scientist in Huaxia, and steal 25 lines of his source code. Actually, to Mr. Song Haichuan, these 25 lines of source code were just a whim for a game. After you stole it, you put it on the shelf. It wasn't until the development of AI technology in recent years that you had a new idea and came up with your own idea. Life, this large-scale online game, appeared out of nowhere. Yuan Jianan hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to dig up something that happened so long ago. She was silent for a moment, and continued to look at him calmly. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect her to respond. True spies knew that the more they spoke, the more mistakes they would make. If they really did talk a lot sometimes, it must be to cover up some real purpose. Since Jia Nan's identity had been exposed, there was no need for him to continue speaking. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng indifferently. Hua Xiaoheng took 2 steps and took off the white gloves on his hands. He took out the remote control that Gu Nianji had handed him and turned on the 3D projector. His tone suddenly became very low. And your second mission is to sabotage the Huaxia Empire's high-energy magnetic field project from 18 years ago. Mr. Song Haichuan and the Huaxia Empire's military had a major experiment accident 18 years ago. Almost all the experimenters died in a huge explosion. Ms. Song was the only surviving researcher, but her head was severely injured and she went crazy for 16 years. Hua Xiaoheng slowly raised his head and looked at Yuan Jianan, who was not far away. I have to admit that you single-handedly obstructed our Huaxia Empire's high-energy magnetic field technology for 18 years. For some projects, the life or death of a key scientist could affect the development of the entire project. In the top fields, a scientist could allow a country to be ahead by 50 years, or the country could fall behind by 50 years because of the loss of that scientist. Yuan Jinan sneered. You also have to fall behind by 18 years. That's only fair. My husband, Ishihara Bai-san, was angered to death by your Huaxia scientist, Gu Xiangwen. Our great Japanese empire's high-energy magnetic field technology was also obstructed for 18 years. At this point, Yuan Jinan thought about it again, and her expression changed again. You said that it was only obstructed for 18 years. Could it be that you have already made a breakthrough? Hua Xiaoheng did not answer directly. Instead, he deduced, since you asked that, it means that your Japanese high-energy magnetic field technology has not made a breakthrough yet. So it's still considered that we've made a profit. Yuan Jinan's expression instantly became extremely distorted, but she quickly came back to her senses and sneered. So what? Your research and development is also benefiting us. Our great Japanese empire's spies are not to be trifled with. You wish. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. Your third mission is to hunt down the reclusive Huaxia scientist, Gu Xiangwen. It was you who collaborated with Gu Xiangwen's adopted daughter, Gu Yanran, to hunt him down. It was you who finally brought people to sink his small submarine in the Cape of Good Hope, causing him and his wife to die in the submarine. Hua Xiaoheng's last sentence was no longer a guess, but a confirmation. When he was salvaging Gu Xiangwen's submarine, he had always felt that there seemed to be a force that refused to give up on hunting down Gu Xiangwen. Although he knew that it was the Japanese Secret Service, Hua Xiaoheng knew that organization too well and always felt that there was no such powerful person among them. But if it was an outstanding high IQ spy personally trained by the founder of the Shadow Force, then it made sense. Gu Xiangwen's IQ is so high that he was able to fight with him in a battle of wits and courage, forcing him to sink the submarine in the end. Someone with a slightly lower IQ wouldn't be able to do it. Hua Xiaoheng sighed, looked at Yuan Jinan and said, Ms. Wei, you are the smartest person in Japan. You are even more intelligent than your husband, Ishihara Bai-san. If you used your intelligence in scientific research, your results would not be worse than your husband, Ishihara Bai-san. However, the entire Japan only knew the genius scientist, Ishihara Bai-san, and did not know Wei. Yuan Jinan did not care at all. She said lightly, everyone has their own aspirations. Major General Hua is also a kindred spirit. I believe you understand. You can give up your life for your country, and so can I. Yuan Jinan raised her head proudly. Everything I do is for the national interests of the great Japanese empire. As she spoke, her expression became slightly sad. But the only person I've let down is my son, Taro. After my husband died, I left home. At that time, he had just learned how to walk. When she heard about her son again, he and his grandfather had died in a bizarre car accident on the highway of the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital. She raised her head, her eyes fierce and vicious. She stared at Gu Nianji and said word by word, It's you. It was you who killed my son. I will definitely avenge him. Chapter 2280. Gu Nianji stood up and glared at Yuan Jinan disapprovingly. Revenge? You're already a prisoner now. You should wait for the law to punish you. Yuan Jinan was now facing more than just the case of manipulating the system's AI to kill people. It involved the national interests of the Huaxia Empire, and the explosion that had almost wiped out the Huaxia high-energy physics researchers 18 years ago, so her fate was obvious. After her identity was exposed, Hua Xiaoheng had ordered Zhao Liangzi to bring people to escort her back to prison. Now there was no need to trouble the police. Yuan Jinan was a foreigner and a foreign spy, so it was only right for the Special Operations Forces to take the lead. Yuan Jinan was pushed out of the square. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned around and gave Gu Nianji a malicious smile. It was like a provocation, but also like a cornered beast struggling on its deathbed. Gu Nianji made a disdainful, gesture at her. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and faced the semi-curved seating area. He opened his arms and smiled. Thank you, everyone, for attending our wedding rehearsal. Was everyone satisfied with this good show? Ha 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 ha. Hua Xiao must be joking. If this show wasn't good, there wouldn't be any good shows in the world. The people in the square all laughed happily. Only Ula, Emma and Minako Yamaguchi had ugly expressions on their faces. Not long after, the two of them left early. Gu Nianji asked Hua Xiaoheng softly. Is there a problem with them? Hua Xiaoheng smiled without saying anything. The wedding rehearsal ended without any mishaps. After watching a good show, everyone was no longer interested in the impromptu performances of the groomsmen and bridesmaids. Before Russia's President Putin left, he came to Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji and winked at them with his left eye. Can I look forward to a better show and a bigger scene tomorrow? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and shook his hand. Please wait and see. The next day was the wedding day. The storm at the wedding rehearsal that night had already spread online. The whole world also knew that the heir of the Chilean family, Yuan Jinan, was not only a spy of the Japanese Self-Defense Force's Shadow Force, but also the mastermind behind the entire online game AI. All of a sudden, lawyers from all over the world rushed over to file a lawsuit in China. Some countries even requested for her to be extradited to the United States or Chile for trial. Of course, the Huaxia Empire's courts wouldn't agree. Originally, Jia Anan's decades of espionage had only one target, and that was the Huaxia Empire. She had also caused immeasurable damage to the national interests of the Huaxia Empire. Therefore, the Huaxia Empire's legislative body, the upper house of parliament, had stepped forward and rejected the requests of all the countries in the world. They reaffirmed their jurisdiction over the case and stated that they would never extradite her. Countries that want to take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters should just forget about it. You demons that have only been alive for a few hundred years want to act in front of a 1,000-year-old fox. I'll give you the phrase, show off before an expert, along with a BGM, cold. After the wedding rehearsal, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't go back together. Hua Xiaoheng told her that the bride and groom could not see each other the night before the wedding. Otherwise, it would affect their marriage in the future. Gu Nianji glared at him and said, You still believe in this? It's not that I believe it, but the old saying has a certain amount of truth to it. It's the crystallization of the collective wisdom of the working people for thousands of years. I have to believe it, Hua Xiaoheng said seriously. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Fine, fine, fine. You're handsome, so whatever you say is right. I'm going back to my dad's house. You, remember to wake up early tomorrow and show up at the wedding on time. I don't want to not be able to find the groom when the time comes. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her pouty lips and said with a smile, Don't talk nonsense. See you tomorrow. Gu Nianji held his hand reluctantly and finally let go. However, Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her hand reluctantly and pulled her closer. He said in a low voice, I like the wedding dress you chose. Gu Nianji's ears were a little red, but she still tried her best to remain calm. She said reservedly, As long as you like it. It's our wedding, so of course we have to both like it. You really like that kind of dress? Hua Xiaoheng was still a little uncertain. He knew the thoughts of ordinary women very well, but his Nianji wasn't an ordinary woman. Gu Nianji wanted to roll her eyes again, but she remembered that tomorrow was the official wedding and that she had to maintain her image in front of him, so she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She said aloofly, This is my wedding, so of course I have to be the most satisfied. Do you have any misunderstandings about my personality? That was to eat everything, but not to lose out. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. The little girl only knew how to be stubborn. He hugged her and lingered for a while before returning her to Lu Jin's side. Hua Xiaoheng left with his men. Lu Jin looked at his back in confusion and muttered, he actually didn't let go of this opportunity to pester you, Gu Nianji. That night, Hua Xiaoheng didn't go back to his official residence to rest. Yuan Jianan was being held in the secret base of the Special Operations Forces. He wasn't in a hurry to interrogate him. Instead, he was looking at his wedding plan for tomorrow. The original wedding venue was the Beha Resort, which was more than 200 kilometers away from the imperial capital. The guests had also arranged accommodations in advance, and the security system was in place. However, Hua Xiaoheng's brows were still furrowed as he looked at the map. He couldn't see any flaws for the time being, but he felt that something was wrong, especially after he found out about Yuan Jianan. This woman could be said to be Huaxia's greatest enemy, and she had a grudge against Gu Nianji for killing her son. Would she surrender and wait for death? Hua Xiaoheng didn't believe it, because this was an intuition for fatal danger that he had honed after years of risking his life and scheming. Every time he encountered this situation, Hua Xiaoheng would listen to his intuition. He read until midnight and finally made a decision. Attention to all teams, the wedding ceremony at the Beha Resort has been cancelled. All personnel will be moving to the southernmost military port of Huaxia overnight. Wedding Planning Team 1 is responsible for arranging the accommodations of all guests in the military port. Wedding Planning Team 2 is responsible for informing all guests of the change of venue. Wedding Planning Team 3 is responsible for rearranging the security measures. Wedding Planning Team 4 is responsible for moving the venue. He gave instructions all the way down and finally informed his most secretive fourth personal secretary. The Nighthawks attack, pointing the sword at the Japanese. The best defense was offense. Hua Xiaoheng knew that he was pressed for time and didn't have time to take care of all aspects. He could only grasp the big picture and let go of the small ones. Then, he would make a big mess for the other party and make their main force unable to fend for themselves. Early the next morning, Gu Nianji was dug out of bed by Ma Qiqi at dawn. She said excitedly, Nianji, did you know that your wedding venue has been changed? Gu Nianji's hazy sleepiness instantly dissipated, and the anger that she had just been preparing to wake up was also shaken to pieces. She suddenly clenched her fists. What did you say? The wedding venue had been changed. As the bride, she couldn't be the last to know, right? Don't just stand there. Hurry up, wash up, and get on the plane. Ma Qiqi was busy in Gu Nianji's bedroom. She clicked her tongue and said, your fiancé is generously booking many private planes to move the guests. Where are we going? Where is the new wedding venue? Gu Nianji rushed into the bathroom to brush her teeth and asked vaguely. She was so surprised that she didn't even have the time to be angry. Ma Qiqi put Gu Nianji's things into her LV suitcase and said, I don't know. Major General Hua said he wanted to give everyone a surprise. The wedding venue had suddenly been changed. Other than special guests, such as President Putin of Russia and the 3 leaders of the Huaxia Empire, no one else knew the exact destination. Gu Nianji only figured it out after she got on the private plane that Hua Xiaoheng had arranged for her. Are we flying south? Gu Nianji stuck her head out of the window and looked at the cloudy scenery outside. Ma Qiqi flipped through the news on her phone and said nonchalantly, I don't care about north, south, east, or west. Anyway, as long as the captain knows. Gu Nianji also laughed and said, I hope this captain is reliable and won't fly a plane to Germany to Ireland, ha 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 ha. Don't worry. If there's such a mistake, Major General Hua will punish him according to military law. Ma Qiqi laughed so hard that her whole body trembled. The two of them chatted and laughed on the plane. Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Zhao Liangzi also came over to talk from time to time. Time passed quickly. 4 hours later, the private plane landed at the military airport in the southernmost military port of the Huaxia Empire. Gu Nianji looked at the clear blue sky, the tall coconut trees, and the sound of the waves gently crashing against the reef. She took a deep breath and raised her arms. It's actually here. This is my dream. The location of the wedding. However, this place was too far from the imperial capital. Gu Nianji was too embarrassed to mention it, so she chose the North River Resort, which was closer to the imperial capital. However, Gu Nianji knew that there must be a reason why Hua Xiaoheng suddenly changed the venue of the wedding. She didn't care if he had communicated with her in advance. Because she believed that Hua Xiaoheng must have done this for the sake of their wedding. Even if there were other reasons, it was just in passing. Gu Nianji didn't mind. She was going to officially marry Hua Xiaoheng today. She was in such a good mood that she didn't care about these minor details. Although the two of them had already obtained their marriage certificate, Gu Nianji still cared that there wasn't a public ceremony to announce to the world that she and Hua Xiaoheng belonged to each other. The wedding didn't have to be grand and luxurious, but it had to be, because it was a ceremony to announce to the people around you that you and that man belonged to each other from now on and were protected by the law. If anyone coveted it, they would be knowingly breaking the law with ulterior motives. Gu Nianji spent a few more hours settling down, then went to the restaurant for dinner to prepare for the official wedding in the evening. General Ji was waiting for her there. Nianji, congratulations. General Ji reached out with his large, warm palm and grasped her hand. Gu Nianji smiled sweetly. General Ji, thank you for coming to my wedding with Xiaoheng. It's my honor. General Ji let go of her hand and smiled kindly. You won't be angry that we changed the venue at the last minute today, right? Xiaoheng. I know, I won't. Gu Nianji quickly interrupted General Ji. You don't have to apologize for him. I understand. As long as there's a wedding, it's fine. And I like this place better. Gu Nianji spread her arms and spun around. This place is so nice. As long as you like it. General Ji smiled and patted her shoulder. See you at the wedding. This is the second chapter for today. Chapter 2262, The Most Beautiful Wedding, Finale 1. I can't stop writing anymore. Tomorrow will be the final ending. He had miscalculated. Please forgive me. Omega, P.S. Dear friends who want to join the QQ group, hurry up. The group will be closed after signing the contract and will not accept applications. Group ID 104958340. The condition to join the group was to fully subscribe to Hello, My Love the Most. Simply put, having more than 20,000 fans was enough. For Chidian and QQ Red, if you have more than 20,000 fans, you can try to apply. Chapter 2281. Okay, take care, General Ji. Gu Nianji saw General Ji and his men out and had a meal with Ma Chichi before going to find her makeup artist to work on her wedding makeup. The makeup artist was an expert in the Special Operations Forces, so this kind of wedding makeup was a piece of cake. Gu Nianji allowed the makeup artist to apply makeup on her face as she asked curiously, "Where's Hua Xiao? I haven't seen him in half a day." The makeup artist smiled. Hua Xiao is probably preparing as well. Ma Chichi giggled. I'll go ask Big Xiong. She was already married to Yin Shixiang, but she was still as happy and free as before. Yin Shixiang couldn't answer her call. They were sitting in the most secret underground launch base of the military port, lost in thought as they stared at the surveillance screen in front of them. Hua Xiaoheng had suddenly changed the wedding venue in the middle of the night, and no one knew why. It was almost evening when they finally received a series of messages. Report. Coordinates, 15. 4881 North, 114. 4048 East. There's a submarine surfacing signal on the surface of the sea. Report. Detection results show that the target submarine is 85 meters long. It has a displacement of 3,000 tons. Tide-class curly-shaped boat type. Single shell structure main body. The hull is covered with the latest rubber sound-canceling tiles. Floating raft shock-absorbing base. Ultra-low noise X-shaped rudder. 7-leaf tilting propeller. Underwater navigation noise of 105 decibels. Yin Shixiang looked at the data and frowned deeply. This technology is comparable to the ultra-silent Russian Type 636 kilo class submarine known as the Ocean Black Hole. He looked up at Hu Xiaoheng in shock. Hu Xiao, this is the latest product of the Japanese Dragon-class submarine, Yellow Dragon. It said that it uses the world's most advanced lithium battery as cruising power. It's twice the capacity of the lead-acid battery used in the previous AIP system, but its volume and weight are twice that of lead-acid batteries. Zhao Liangze added, that's not all. Its silent equipment and speed are already better than all the conventional submarines in the world. It's even comparable to nuclear submarines. It's so powerful, but it shouldn't have been detected by our sonar. How did it surface? Yin Shixiang muttered as he looked at the data again. Generally, submarines would not easily surface when navigating at the bottom of the sea. Hu Xiaoheng calmly looked at the screen in front of him and said calmly, yes, this is Japan's latest lithium-ion battery Dragon-class conventional submarine, Yellow Dragon. Its technology is indeed very impressive. I heard that it's 15 years ahead of the United States. Really? Yin Shixiang looked at the monitor suspiciously and then at Hu Xiaoheng. It's even more advanced than the United States. Our sonar didn't respond. How did it float up? Looking at the distance, it will reach our country's territorial waters in another 10 nautical miles, Zhao Liangze said quietly. If it doesn't surface, the consequences will be unimaginable. How many top bigwigs had come to their military port today? Just Russian President Putin and the three giants of the Huaxia Empire alone were people who could shake the entire blue planet with just a stomp of their feet. Hu Xiaoheng laughed coldly. The lithium batteries used by the Japanese submarines are amazing, but they have a huge drawback. Although they have enough power, they don't have enough endurance. From the north to the south overnight, it has reached here and is at the end of its flight. If it doesn't float up, are we going to wait for death? Hu Xiaoheng punched the console and quickly ordered, all units, pay attention. All units, pay attention. The target has appeared. Activate HQ-19. Yin Shixiang's face turned pale when he heard Hu Xiaoheng's order. HQ-19 was the Huaxia military's first-generation ballistic missile defense system. Its performance crushed the THAAD system that the United States had once flaunted. Major General Hu, even if the other party really is Japan's latest Dragon-class submarine, Yellow Dragon, do they really dare to attack? Aren't they afraid of starting another world war? Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at him and said calmly, look carefully at the submarine model on the detector. Where is the Japanese logo? We only inferred from the technical indicators that this is exactly the same as Japan's latest Dragon-class submarine, Yellow Dragon. However, without any concrete evidence, we can't determine whether this submarine belongs to Japan. It definitely belongs to Japan. Zhao Liangze said firmly, it's just that we don't have evidence. Because the other party erased all the data indicators and logos related to Japan. Therefore, even if they attacked you, it would be a waste of time. It would be extremely difficult to prove that it was related to Japan. It's the work of the original canon. Yin Shixiang had a flash of inspiration and was rarely smart. He said with lingering fear, fortunately, there was only one. If there were two more. Even if they had the HQ-19, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him. You're not stupid. Didn't you see the news? Japan's other two Dragon-class submarines are being held up in the north and can't come over. Major General Hua, did you already know? Zhao Liangze had always admired Hua Xiaoheng, but now he looked at him with even more reverence. I just saw the Russian Kairos appear in the 4 northern islands of Japan and almost approach the Japanese mainland. Hua Xiaoheng remained calm. He wouldn't tell them that this was the work of his most secretive 4th personal secretary. Of course Major General Hua knew. Otherwise, why would he change the venue of the wedding from the North River Resort to the southernmost military port? Yin Shixiang chuckled and suddenly said. This submarine also came from the north. That's why it didn't have enough range and could only surface. It ran from the northern sea to the southern sea in one day. This battery is indeed quite impressive. Zhao Liangze narrowed his eyes and began to search for the submarine's electronic signal. He planned to try hacking in. He had learned a lot from Lu Jin, so he could apply what he had learned. So what? Isn't it still within my, Major General Hua's, plan? If I tell you to surface, then surface. We'll hit wherever we want later. Yin Shixiang praised Hua Xiaoheng excitedly. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and took the communicator to command the relevant operators of the HQ-19. All units in position, all units in position. Everyone, you must cherish this hard-won opportunity to train your troops and show our strength and military might in front of our Russian guests and chiefs. Just like usual, they used the arrogant Song Dragon-class submarine as a practice target. HQ-19s covered in camouflage paint drove out from the depths of the forest. After Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking, he stood up. Big Xiong, little Zay, I'll leave this to you. He had already programmed his ballistic missile defense system and was just waiting for them to take to the skies. Hua Xiaoheng's calm and slow voice magically calmed everyone down. He walked out with steady steps towards his and Gu Nianji's wedding venue. In the evening, the cool sea breeze blew gently in the South China Sea. The wedding venue was temporarily set up on a viewing platform near the beach. Behind it was the boundless South China Sea. The water was clear, and the sun had yet to set. It floated on the surface of the sea and shone down with rays of golden light. The guests hadn't come out yet, but had been placed in a cave not far from here. This was the sturdiest bomb shelter that could withstand a nuclear bomb attack. The entrance of the cave was a transparent bulletproof glass door. From here, everyone on the viewing platform could be seen. At this time, there were very few people on the viewing platform. Gu Nianji was wearing an olive-green military uniform as she stood between the sea and the sky. On her pine-green epaulets were golden ears of wheat and the same color star emblem. Her long hair was blown by the sea breeze and fluttered like a flag. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks in surprise. Looking at her beautiful figure, his heart was instantly filled with excitement. She wasn't wearing a white wedding dress. This was the woman he loved, the girl he loved with his life. He walked to her side and asked in a low voice. Did you really choose such a ceremony? Don't you regret it? Which girl didn't want a white wedding dress when they got married? Or a red wedding dress? But she had chosen an olive-green military uniform. Gu Nianji was wearing a Major General's military uniform. It was specially approved by the Supreme Military Council for her and Hua Xiaoheng's wedding, as well as for her great contribution to the military. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was also wearing a Major General's uniform. He was tall and straight, and had a deep and profound look. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. You didn't even celebrate Christmas. Why would I marry you in a white wedding dress? She knew that in his heart, a military uniform was the most beautiful dress in the world. Coincidentally, she thought so too. Therefore, she didn't wear a wedding dress at the official wedding. Instead, she secretly reported to General Ji and requested to wear a Major General's military uniform as her wedding dress. All of this was done behind Hu Xiaoheng's back. Hu Xiaoheng could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her and kissed her. No one had ever seen the calm and composed Major General Hua act so wildly. One by one, the politicians disregarded their status and started taking photos with their phones. At that moment, the submarine that had just surfaced didn't waste any time. The silos at the top of the submarine opened silently, revealing medium-range cruise missiles with automatic guidance systems. Colonel Ah Wei has instructed us to destroy the military port in southern Huaxia at all costs. Missiles. Fire. A loud rumbling sound came from the surface of the South China Sea, which seemed to carry the sound of a pigeon whistle. The surface of the sea was suddenly covered in flames, as if it had turned into a sea of fire. Amidst the black and red flames, a number of medium-range cruise missiles soared into the sky and sped towards the military port's observation deck. HQ 19. Fire. Yin Shixiang stared intently at the data transmitted by the active phased array fire control radar and gave the order. This was the first time that our military's ballistic missile defense system had been put into a live fire exercise. Giant pillars that were 9 meters long quickly rose from the control vehicle and aimed at the sky. There was a loud bang. Several ballistic missiles broke through the air at the same time and sped towards the submarine. Ballistic missile defense systems competed in speed and sensitivity. To intercept the enemy's missiles, one had to be faster than the enemy. Stronger. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Huaxia Empire's HQ-19 ballistic missile to lock onto the medium-range cruise missile launch from the submarine. At that moment, the honor guard of the 3 armed forces that Hu Xiaoheng had arranged played magnificent military music. Hu Xiaoheng turned around with Gu Nianji and looked in the direction of the submarine. The ballistic missiles of the HQ-19 were as fast as lightning, like huge burning cigars, or like comets flying away from the blue planet. In the sky, the missiles destroyed by the Huaxia Empire's ballistic missile system exploded. The sun fell into the sea level, and the missiles launched by the Huaxia Empire's ballistic missile defense system successfully intercepted the missiles launched from the submarine. Huge fireworks bloomed between the sea and the sky. The clear sky was extremely dazzling, and even the sunset glow of the setting sun was overshadowed. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng raised their hands at the same time and gave a standard military salute in the direction of the fireworks. She was fascinated by the fireworks and thought to herself that the most beautiful flowers she had ever seen in her life were the fireworks that were activated by the ballistic missile defense system on the Blue Sea during the autumn evening in the South China Sea. The last HQ-19 missile hit the latest Azure Dragon submarine, Yellow Dragon, which was attempting to escape. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the entire surface of the sea boiled. The waves roared, and huge waves surged. The waves rolled, and the previously arrogant submarine was directly smashed into the bottom of the sea. Not even a trace of black smoke was left. Yuan Jinan, who was far away in the imperial capital, sat in the interrogation room and watched helplessly as Hu Xiaoheng solved her meticulously designed trap one by one. She let out a beast-like howl. Why? Why? How could he? How could he see through everything? This is impossible. This doesn't make sense in terms of probability. She had used the Book of Changes, chaos mathematics, and the most powerful system AI to calculate countless times and deduce countless times, but none of the results told her that she would fail. But the reality was that she had failed. She had used herself as bait in an attempt to make Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji believe that they had caught the mastermind behind the scenes and that no one would obstruct their wedding anymore. But she had never expected that even so, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't let down his guard at all. This kind of blow was truly fatal to her. What was the value of her sacrifice? Danger averted. Danger averted. Cheerful music once again filled the entire military base. This time, it was the wedding march played by the military band. The dignitaries walked out of the bomb shelter and came to the observation deck. Russian President Putin stood in front of Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng and said with emotion, "I just witnessed the most beautiful wedding in the world. You are the bravest grooms and the most beautiful brides I have ever seen. I wish you all the best. I wish your love will be renewed with time. I wish everything you protect will last forever." The book was over. Chapter 2282. Between the sea and the sky, the most advanced ballistic missile defense system and the most accurate medium-range cruise missiles met in the sky, demonstrating the story of shield and spear in the new era. Fortunately, the most advanced shield and the most accurate spear belonged to two different sides, so they could determine the winner in the end. The Huaxia Empire's HQ-19 acted as the most advanced shield and completely intercepted the medium-range cruise missiles launched from the submarines that surfaced on the surface of the sea. He Zhichu held the high-powered binoculars in his hand and pursed his thin lips tightly. He looked at the sky above the South China Sea that was filled with the sunset glow and the fireworks that were activated by the ballistic missile defense system. But no matter how bright the fireworks were, they couldn't compare to the bright eyes of the woman in his heart. He couldn't help but put down the high-powered binoculars and look at the smiling woman on the viewing platform in the distance. She was wearing an olive-green female major general's uniform and leaning against a tall man. Both of them were wearing military uniforms, which matched each other surprisingly well. He Zhichu's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed the layers of warmth in his chest from seeing her. "Since she likes it so much, I'll give her another present." He Zhichu waved his hand and had someone bring out the two people he had coincidentally met earlier. "Send them to the people at the military port over there. Look for Yin Shixiang. Tell him we're old friends and say hello." The two people who were tied up were Ula Emma and Minako Yamaguchi, who had left early yesterday. After Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's wedding, they went to the military port's restaurant for a wedding feast. Lu Jin took a few bites and felt that it wasn't as delicious as Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng's cooking. Moreover, he had something on his mind, and he didn't want to see the uncontrollable joy in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. He got up and said to Lu Yuan, "I'm full. I'm going out for a walk." Lu Yuan and Song Jining knew how he felt. His most beloved daughter was officially married today. No father would feel good, let alone someone like Lu Jin. Lu Yuan waved his hand. "Go out and don't go far. Although it's very safe here, don't cause trouble for Nianji." "TSK." Lu Jin glared at him. "When did I look for trouble? I am her father. And I'm also an admiral." He puffed out his chest. Huo Guanchen, who had just raised his wine glass to toast him, saw this and silently retreated. Fine, this guy wasn't in a good mood today, so Huo Guanchen decided not to provoke him. Lu Jin walked out of the restaurant and wandered aimlessly by the beach. The weather was very good today. The moon was clear and bright, and the sea breeze blew gently. Lu Jin stopped in his tracks. He looked at the moon that was like a silver plate inside. He lowered his head, swiped open his phone, and found a photo that he had hidden inside with multiple layers of passwords. It was a photo that he had secretly photoshopped. It included him when he was young, Qin Suan, and Gu Nianji as a child. It looked like a family portrait of three people. Lu Jin stroked Qin Suan's face with his fingers and muttered. "Suan, I still broke my promise, so I did something for you. I got He Zhichu here. He'll probably give up when he sees Nianji's wedding." Lu Jin watched for a while and suddenly realized that someone was calling him. It was a familiar yet strange number. Lu Jin picked up the phone. "Where are you now?" He Zhichu's voice rang in his ear. "I'm at sea, so I won't be going over." After a pause, He Ji-chu said, "Can you help me with the surgery? Have you thought about it?" Lu Jin's expression became serious. "It won't be easy to remove the memories of Nianji from your brain. Even I can't guarantee that I can do it well, and even if I can do it well, the removal of your memories is irreversible. Do you really want to do it?" He Ji-chu's hands tightened, but he still nodded. "Yes, I've decided." Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng went on a honeymoon. Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and the others returned to the imperial capital. Lu Jin's daily job was to do experiments, and no one cared about him. That day, a handsome man came to Lu Jin's laboratory. He lay on the operating table in the laboratory, his sparkling almond-shaped eyes calm. Lu Jin changed into his surgical gown and walked to the operating table. He asked him one last time. "Have you really thought it through? After the operation is over, you will never remember Gu Nianji." He Ji-chu closed his eyes, and 2 lines of crystal tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He wanted to nod and say that he had thought it through, but his brain seemed to have a mind of its own and refused to nod. His speech seemed to be impaired, and he couldn't say the words, "I've thought it through." Lu Jin waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, he thought that he had acquiesced. Just as he was about to start the surgery, He Ji-chu sat up from the operating table and said, "I don't want to do the surgery. You'd better hypnotize me." After hypnosis, he would forget, but the memory was still in the depths of his memory, but it was sealed. Lu Jin looked at him for a while and shook his head. "Okay, I'll agree to anything you suggest." He Ji-chu's lips twitched. "You'll agree to anything? If I say I want to take Nianji away, you should stop before you go too far." Lu Jin warned him. "There's a limit to your freedom to make conditions. Don't think that there's absolute unrestrained freedom in this world." He Ji-chu. 5 years later. Gu Nianji returned home from work in the Senate. A chubby 4-year-old boy pounced on her like an arrow and hugged her leg. He looked up at her and said softly, "Mom, I missed you so much." Gu Nianji. "Mom just said goodbye to you this morning." They hadn't seen each other for 8 hours, so why was he so obsequious? "Dad said that one day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. I haven't seen you for 1 day, but it feels like 3 autumns. Of course I miss you." Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She bent down and held the little boy's hand. She tapped his straight nose and smiled. "He's already so sweet at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up?" "What are you talking about? Since when did my grandson have a glib tongue?" "That's called being sweet, let me tell you." Lu Jin walked over from the living room and said angrily. Gu Nianji smiled and picked the little boy up. She deliberately acted coquettishly. "Dad, you only love him now, not me." The little boy quickly said, "Mom, they don't love you. I love you. That's enough. If you keep saying sweet words, your dad will punish you again." Gu Nianji scratched the little boy's nose. The little boy was indeed a little scared. He buried his head in Gu Nianji's shoulder and refused to look up. Lu Jin's heart ached and quickly said, "My good grandson, don't be afraid. Your grandfather will send you to a place where your father can't find you. Let's see how he will punish you." Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead. "Dad, don't be like this. He's too naughty. It's only right for his father to discipline him." Lu Jin snorted and said, "His father is so busy with work. How can he have time to discipline his son? Besides, I promised my good grandson that I would send him to a fun place for a holiday." As he spoke, Lu Jin rubbed his nose guiltily. Gu Nianji caressed the little boy's head and nodded after a while. "Okay, let's go take a look." The sky was clear and the breeze was blowing. A flat and spacious square was surrounded by tall lampposts. The magnolia bud-shaped lamp tops were simple and elegant. The square was bustling with activity, and there was a small amusement park not far away. Gu Nianji pulled the chubby little boy over. She was as charming as a beautiful begonia, and the little boy in her hand was even more adorable. He was even prettier than the girl. Merry-go-round. I want to ride on the merry-go-round. The little boy shouted. Gu Nianji carried him and put him on. The merry-go-round spun around her, and the child on the merry-go-round was laughing happily. Some people ran past her, laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. There were also couples flying kites affectionately in the square. This was also the busiest downtown area in the imperial capital, but it was the imperial capital of another world. The last time she came here, it was like being in an uninhabited wilderness. She only felt lonely and miserable. This time, she brought her son and father to visit this place once again. Colorful hot air balloons floated over the square. The little boy pointed his chubby finger at the sky. Mom! I want to ride in a hot air balloon. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. Okay, let's go ride in a hot air balloon. In the past, there were no hot air balloons for tourists to ride. She didn't know when it started, but there was a hot air balloon sightseeing tour here. Gu Nianji led the little boy to line up to buy tickets. The little boy accidentally let go of the hydrogen balloon in his hand, and a few hydrogen balloons floated into the sky. Balloon. My balloon. The little boy was flustered. He struggled to break free from Gu Nianji's hand and ran out with the balloon. Gu Nianji hurriedly chased after him. A large hand suddenly grabbed the floating balloons. The little boy was caught off guard and bumped into a man. The man patiently held the little boy and whispered, "Don't worry, the balloon is here and will never leave." Gu Nianji stopped in surprise and watched as the man brought the little boy in front of her. It was He Zhichu, who was dressed casually. Gu Nianji didn't know how to face him for a moment. She held the little boy's hand at a loss and looked up. "Thank you." He Zhichu nodded with a smile and stuffed the hydrogen balloon back into the little boy's hand. He patted his head and walked forward again. It seemed like he was also going to buy tickets and line up to ride in the hot air balloon. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered what Lu Jin had once said to her. He Zhichu had forgotten about her. It seemed that it was true. He had really forgotten about her. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little uncomfortable. No matter what, he was still her half-brother. Gu Nianji looked down at the little boy beside her and kept her mouth shut. Everyone lined up and boarded their own hot air balloons. Gu Nianji and He Zhichu had actually bought tickets for the same hot air balloon. Gu Nianji held the little boy in her arms and pointed out the beautiful scenery in the distance to him. He Zhichu didn't know why, but his gaze couldn't help but be attracted to the mother and son. He was very sure that he didn't know them, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Meeting someone for the first time is like returning an old friend. This poem suddenly popped up in He Zhichu's mind. It was really strange. He had been observing the mother and son along the way. When they finally got off the hot air balloon, He Zhichu finally asked, "May I ask what your name is? I think I've seen you somewhere before." This was the last chapter, chapter 2264, I think I've seen you somewhere. This book will be completely over today. I will apply to the editor to close the chapter, and then the book will be locked and can no longer be updated. At the request of the readers in the group, I will write a few more chapters, which will be posted in the group in the future. P.S. If you want to join the QQ group number 1049583340. The condition to join the group was to subscribe to Hello, My Favorite, in full. To put it simply, having more than 20,000 fans was enough. If you had more than 20,000 fans on both Chidian and QQ Red, you could try to apply. After closing the chapter, the group would close and no new applications would be accepted. There would be benefits and all kinds of activities in the group. Those who were willing to join the group had to hurry up. If you didn't want to join the group, it didn't matter. The chapters didn't affect the main plot. It didn't matter if you didn't read it. Thank you so much, moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2283. On June 1, 2016, Mao Han wrote the opening remarks of this book. Everyone knew that I used to be a writer of ancient sayings. After writing 7 books of ancient sayings, I suddenly wanted to change to writing modern sayings, so I wrote this book, Hello, My Most Beloved, originally titled, Hello, Major General. Why did this change happen? It all started 3 years ago. At that time, I was still idling around in my previous company. I worked 8 hours a day and left when it was time. I had more time at home and more time to read and write. During that time, I was obsessed with military literature. Yes, it was military literature, not military marriage literature, nor military wife literature. There was a strict difference. However, I didn't like to read military literature that was too hardcore. For example, if you want me to read how the male and female protagonists trained and competed as soldiers every day, I didn't have the patience. Therefore, I couldn't find a military literature that I liked. In addition, I didn't have any good ideas for a new ancient novel. It could be said that I didn't have enough passion. Therefore, I wanted to change the subject and regain the joy of writing. Therefore, there was this story, a story that I wrote according to the standards of military literature that I thought was good. I was very lucky that the story that I thought was good also had many readers who thought it was good. That was why this book had such an achievement. Because of this book, for the first time, I had a golden alliance, 100 alliance hegemony, and a lot of active die-hard fans. Every subscription, every tip, every monthly vote, and every recommendation ticket is the motivation for me to move forward. There are also many readers who privately messaged me on Weibo. Your encouragement and joy, I remember it all in my heart. In the 3 years that I wrote this book, not only did I gain many enthusiastic readers and die-hard fans, but I also made a major breakthrough in my career. It was really like the old saying, trees die when moved, but people live when moved. Moving from the original company to the current company was actually not smooth sailing. However, in the more than half a year of ups and downs, I actually miraculously survived. The twists and turns of this half a year could actually be written into a book, but if I did, I would definitely be scolded by others for deliberately slandering the supporting characters, lowering their IQs, etc. But in reality, the things that some people did in reality really seemed to be insulting the IQs of others. Readers who had been following the novel all this while could feel that ever since Mao Han changed jobs, the amount of overtime he worked had increased sharply, and the number of updates had decreased sharply. This was because a person's energy was limited. If one spent more time and energy on work, they would inevitably have less time to write. That's why I decided to take a break after finishing this book. I wouldn't start a new one immediately. As for the specific time and theme of the new book, you can see my Weibo announcement and the notification in the group. If you're willing to help me think about what I want to write about in my next book, you can join the discussion in the group. Omega, also, I still owe everyone some extra content. In a few days, I'll write it out and put it directly in the group for everyone to read. Therefore, those who have subscribed to this book and want to join the group, hurry up. If you don't wait after the deadline, the group will be closed and we won't be accepting any more requests. Oh. I await the arrival of my fellow readers at the following 2 places. QQ Group, 1049583340. Weibo, Author, Records of Cambrian. In addition, I would like to thank the readers and Alliance Masters who supported Mao Han, especially the following top 3 Alliance Masters: Golden Alliance, Cold Iron Grace, Grand Alliance, Love Hall, Grand Alliance, Light Smile Gauze. And the top 10 Alliance Masters: I am Master Rashi, Alliance Master, Fish G, Alliance Master, Lin Een, Alliance Master, Momo Moshi, Alliance Master, Enigma Anxi, Alliance Master, Moon Palace Master, Alliance Master, Beth 1211. Let's meet again in the next book. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.